Welcome to another meeting of the hardest working board in the Commonwealth, the Virginia Board of Education. We're delighted to have everybody here. Before we get started, sort of admin, due to a medical with the bylaws of the board, I've approved electronic terms, and therefore, instead of having the full 9 as we had last time, we're down to 6. We will see a full complement soon. Do a moment of silence, followed by the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty for all. Okay. One of our members who was not confirmed was Vice President Jamel Wilson. Because she's not here or no longer on the board, we have a vacancy in the office of Vice President of the board. Are there nominations, any nominations to fill that vacancy for a term that will end June 30, 2023?
I would like to nominate Dr. Mann for that position.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Do I dare ask if you'll accept the nomination?
It will be my honor.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Of course not. Thank you so much and congratulations. We look forward to the year. Okay, minutes. We have minutes from the January 26th and 27th meetings of the board. Is there either a motion to approve or to amend the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. Davis-Bott. I almost forgot to look up at the screen. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, we can go ahead.
We're going to move to, okay. I'd like to invite Dr. Duran to the podium to recognize our 2021 Virginia Teachers of the Year. I will say that, we have a sort of a cycle of things that we do at the board, different months, different recognitions, but I think for all of us, it's always a great day when the Teachers of the Year are with us. So thank you all for making the trip, and thank you for the work you do for the children of the Commonwealth. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure today to recognize 8 very special people in person, since we were not able to do that last year virtually. And those are Virginia Teachers of the Year for 2021. And some of you might be wondering, last month we did recognize our Virginia Teachers of the Year, but that was for 2022. So these are those that we weren't able to do due to the pandemic. In recognizing each of these exemplary teachers today, we are confirming the excellence in education that their peers, their co-workers, and their students see from them on a daily basis. Their enthusiasm for education and their excitement for sharing their knowledge is evident not only in their classrooms, but in all aspects of their life. And their commitment and passion for what they teach is a shining example of the difference a teacher can make in the lives of students every day. It is a great joy to share in this moment and to be reminded of the tremendous impact our teachers have on our Virginia students. I'd like to thank Dr. Joan Johnson, Ms. Janelle Tobert, Dr. Meg Homer, and the entire teacher education team for their hard work to make Virginia's Teacher of the Year program such a success. We're honored here to have with us today these outstanding teachers, and I join all of my colleagues on the board in thanking them for their hard work and their devotion to our students in the Commonwealth. So as I introduce you, I ask that you stand and join me at the podium to accept your certificate of recognition, and then move to the side here. And then when everyone is done, we'll come up to take a group photo. So let me start with Region 1. Miss Sarah Frances Jurowitz is a culinary arts and baking and pastry arts instructor in Chesterfield Career and Technical Education Center. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up. Known as a fun and engaging teacher, Chef Jurowitz encourages students to try different ingredients to solve challenges that they are given in a hands-on learning environment. Those traits, combined with lessons from her own kitchen, are posted to her YouTube channel that she shares during school closures and others, and her ability to help students evolve from burgeoning baconers to future restaurateurs, and having earned her reputation as an effective and influential educator. So she is affecting so many students' lives in the classroom and outside. And drawing from her own personal experiences, she strives to ensure that no child is defined by their accommodations, their learning differences, their struggles, their grades, or their background. Instead, she ensures that she embraces them for their character and their willingness to take risks and recognize failure as part of their educational journey. Graduating from the Culinary Institute of America in 2002, she has demonstrated her own commitment to lifelong learning, seeking out numerous additional certifications, including her teaching license. She joined Chesterfield County Public Schools in 2005 as a culinary arts teacher at James River High School before moving to where she is now at the Career and Technical Center when it opened. We want to thank her for being here today, and again, recognize her for her great work. I believe she's joined today by her husband and her principal. Are they in the audience? If you could stand as well, be recognized. Thank you for being here today. So let's give a round of applause to our Region 1 2021 Teacher of the Year, Miss Sarah Jurowitz. Thank you. And if you'll stand on the side and we'll take a group picture shortly. Region 2, Miss Elisa Tinch Smith is a Spanish teacher. Please come on up. Miss Smith here? She's not here? Okay, well, I will still read a little bit about Miss Smith. Miss Smith is a Spanish teacher at Jamestown High School and is representing Williamsburg James City Public Schools as the Region 2 Teacher of the Year. She earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in Spanish at the College of William and Mary and her Master's in Curriculum and Instruction at the University of Virginia. She continued her education, earning a Certificate of Advanced Graduate Studies and her professional license in teaching Spanish for grades pre-K to 12. She has taught Spanish for a variety of students from elementary to college and has served her community in many different capacities. So we recognize and thank Ms. Smith. We will honor her in her absence today. Let's give her a round of applause in her absence. Region 3, Ms. Kimberly Cannon, are you here? Not here as well. All right, Ms. Cannon teaches U.S. history at Stafford Middle School, and she represents Stafford Public Schools as that Region 3 winner. She earned her bachelor's degree at the University of Mary Washington and her master's degree from George Mason University. And she has taught for 20 years teaching at Thornburg Middle School and Chancellor Middle School in Spotsylvania before beginning her service in Stafford Middle School. So let's honor Ms. Cannon in her absence as well. Region 4, Ms. Lisa Marie Rode. Come on up. Give her a round of applause as she comes on up. Ms. Rode is a 6th grade teacher at Kings Glen Elementary School, representing Fairfax County Public Schools as the Region 4 Teacher of the Year. After completing her Bachelor of Science in Liberal Studies at Longwood University, she has taught all curriculum subjects to 6th graders at Kings Glen Elementary. She has a firm belief in the power of learning through building and creating, and she has taken the initiative to apply her experience in robotics and technology to ignite an appreciation for engineering, problem solving, and transforming her classroom into a makerspace where students can explore new technologies and thrive in ways they never even thought of. She has also supported her fellow teachers by creating professional development, supporting the integration of physical computing and computational thinking strategies into classroom instruction, and has presented on the integration of robotics into the core curriculum for her colleagues. Principal Sam Ellison describes Ms. Rode as a master teacher in every way, saying, quote, "Through her incredibly creative expertise, her love, and her devotion to her students, she has become the educator whom countless students will write their college essays about," end quote. So let's give a big round of applause and welcome you, Ms. Rode, representing, and I believe you're joined today by your husband, Eric. Is Eric here? Please stand. We recognize Eric. Region 5, Miss Lisa St. Clair Cooper. Is she here with us today? No, Miss Lisa St. Clair Cooper is a 1st grade teacher at Bessie Miller Elementary School, representing Stoughton County Public Schools as the Region 5 Teacher of the Year. In reflecting her journey into teaching, she recalls the tremendous impact her own teachers had on her life. Ms. Cooper attended Southern Virginia University and later earned her Bachelor of Arts from Mary Ball College before moving into teaching a range of students from K through 5th grade. So let's honor Ms. St. Clair Cooper as in her absence today again. Thank you. All right, Ms. Meg Moody Briggs. Come on up. Biggs. Teaches reading for first and second grade students at High Point Elementary School. She is representing Washington County Public Schools as the Teacher of the Year. She earned her Bachelor of Science degree in Family and Child Development from Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University before pursuing her certification from Reading Recovery. As both a classroom teacher and a reading recovery specialist, she has received numerous accolades and demonstrated leadership on various committees while finding time to volunteer also in her community. Reflecting on her own experience as a student, she understands the role of teachers as champions and appreciates the need to adapt and develop new strategies to meet the needs of their students. According to her principal, Dr. Sherry King, she says, quote, "As a result of her expert learning, instructional delivery, her motivational techniques, and her compassionate care, lives are forever changed." Let's give Ms. Moody Biggs a big round of applause. Thank you for being here. Our next honoree is Ms. Vicky Sowers. Please come on up. Let's give her a round of applause. Ms. Sowers teaches at Parkview High School and represents Mecklenburg County Public Schools as their Region Teacher of the Year. She graduated from College of William & Mary with her Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology before earning her master's degree in special education from Wood University. Beginning her teaching career as a special education teacher, she has worked with a wide range of students at various levels of skill and ability, but primarily in math and social studies. She comes from a family of educators, and she is a firm believer in supporting her students in all areas by addressing their social and emotional needs especially, while also making sure to empower them to be active partners in their academic journey. She has shown leadership in curriculum development and innovative approaches to secondary education, and she's earned the respect of students and peers alike, as demonstrated by numerous awards. In the words of Director Wesley Swan from the Governor's School of Southside, Virginia, quote, "She has grown into an outstanding educator who is always on the cusp of the most innovative ways to teach." Let's give her a big round of applause. And I believe her husband, Alan, is here with us today. Please recognize Alan. And now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to some and welcome back a 2021 Virginia Teacher of the Year, Mr. Anthony Swan. Please come on out, Mr. Swan. Mr. Swan was a fifth grade teacher when he was received this award at Rocky Mount Elementary in Franklin County, but now he is serving as a new role and helping students and educators alike, having recently accepted a position as assistant principal at Monterey Elementary School in Roanoke, Virginia. Congratulations on that. After earning his Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education from Everett University, he began his teaching career in 2007 in Danville. He also taught for a few years in North Carolina and completed his Master of Education in Educational Leadership from Regent University in 2014 before coming back to Virginia in 2015. Upon his return back to the Commonwealth, he taught at Johnson Elementary and Rocky Mount Elementary. And again, we're proud that he's now serving in a new role as an assistant principal. He's not only served, though, as a teacher in the classroom, but as an educator in all aspects of his school community. His experience providing mentoring and life skills, coaching for fifth grade boys, the Guys with Ties program are just one of many ways he's done that. As his colleagues and peers will attest, he has a strong record of modeling integrity, honesty, and respect in all that he does. And we're honored that he served with us here and helping us at the Commonwealth level during his tenure on the board over the past year. And we're happy to have you back here in person to recognize you. In the words of one of his former students, who's now a pre-med student at the University of Virginia, he says, quote, "Mr. Swan has the unique ability to spark the interest of students, making them engaged in material they would otherwise dismiss. He's fiercely protective of us as students. And as a young kid, that passion and that love for every child cannot be measured and will not be forgotten." So congratulations again, Mr. Swan. And I believe you're joined by your wife, Jasmine, today. We're delighted she can be here. And as the 2021 Teacher of the Year, Mr. Swan, before we take our group photo, I'll invite you up if you'd like to make a few comments on behalf of yourself and your colleagues. Please come on.
Good morning, Mr. President, Superintendent Balo, board members. It is a distinct honor to be able to be back here on this side. I just want to say that, I had a speech written out, but I wanted to speak from the heart this morning. We know that teaching and the teaching profession, it has a negative light on it right now. But I must say that there would be no other profession had it not been for teachers. It was a teacher who saved my life. I'm not supposed to be standing right here today. You're looking at a man who grew up in the foster care system from age 9 to age 21. And when I got into the system, I started to go downward. But I can remember sitting in my 4th grade classroom and getting a knock on the classroom door. And it was social services, and they came to take me to emergency foster care in the middle of the school day. I was embarrassed. I was devastated. At that moment, at age 9, I had thoughts of wondering, why was I alive? How come my parents didn't want me? But I remember my 4th grade teacher bending down, and she whispered in my ear, she said, "Anthony, everything is going to be okay." I did not believe her. So as years progressed, this teacher found me while I was still in the system. And she had a talk with me, and she planted a seed, and she said, "Anthony, I want you to take all of your anger, all of your frustration, all of your hatred that you have towards the world and your parents, and put it into something that you want to become. What do you want to become?" And I told her I wanted to become a teacher. She looked at me and she said, "For what? We don't make any money." Needless to say, she said, "If that's what you want to become, I'm going to stick with you." Still did not believe her. By the time I was in high school, she had planted that seed, so I started advocating for myself. And when I graduated from high school, my 4th grade teacher was right there, and she said, "I told you everything was going to be all right." I put my own self through college because I was still in the foster care system. And my senior year, my mom died. And I remember wanting to quit. So I looked at my oldest sister and I told her that I was going to quit. She said, "You can take a break, but you're not going to quit." Needless to say, she had contacted my 4th grade teacher. And my 4th grade teacher called me and she said, "Anthony, everything is going to be all right." I didn't have a car. This was my senior year. She said, "What do you need?" I said, "I'm ready to start my student teaching, but I don't know how I'm going to get there." She reminded me again that everything was going to be all right. Her name is Mrs. Joretta Wilson. She got in her car every morning. She picked me up, and she took me to my student teaching placement every single day. It was a teacher who saved my life. So when I won this award, Mrs. Joretta Wilson called me and she said, "Anthony, I told you everything is going to be all right." So when we look at teachers, we think about the profession today, I just want you to know that it was the power of a teacher who saved my life. It was the power of a teacher who went above and beyond the classroom to make sure that my humanistic needs were met before I was considered a student. And to this day, even on yesterday, I talked to Mrs. Joretta Wilson, and she reminded me that everything was going to be all right. Congratulations, Regional Teachers of the Year.
Thank you, Mr. Swan, for those powerful words. Let's give all of our Region of the Year winners a round of applause. And if you could please join us up here at the front of you, we'll take a group photo
With the board. And if our state superintendent can come down and vice president can come down to be with our teachers here. Thank you.
That man sat with us on the board. His being here again is a reminder that everything's going to be all right. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, this morning, it is my distinct honor to recognize Susan B. Williams, our Senior Assistant Attorney General, as she retires from over 30 years of public service. For the past 9 years, yeah, that's right, applaud that. For the past 9 years, Susan has devoted her energies, capabilities, and wisdom to the improvement of public education in Virginia. Ms. Williams joined the Virginia Department of Education in 2013 as Director of Policy. In 2016, she transitioned to the Office of Attorney General, where she has served as counsel to the board. Susan has consistently advised the board and department on critical education issues in a wise, prudent, and professional manner. Her legacy of service has led to improved educational programs and the functioning of the board and the department in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth. Ms. Williams has earned respect for her public service, and I guess I'm still a lawyer, although I consider myself a recovering lawyer. I'll tell you, one of the hardest things to have is a lawyer as a client. And, you know, Susan has, for me, been an invaluable aid as we move the work of the board forward. She has demonstrated an incredible commitment to not only the board, but to the children of the Commonwealth. She has been accessible in a way that, you know, I can't tell you how important it is to be able to reach people you want to talk to. And there was never a time that I could not get a hold of Susan to ask questions and to get her wise advice. She brought an intelligence to the analysis of what we're supposed to do and how we're supposed to do it that I consider to be unmatched in my experience. As I said, she knows an awful lot about all of us and what we do and the impact of what we do. And personally, in addition to the board's thank you, I want to thank you for really just being great. I don't know how else to say it. On behalf of the board, I say they've already done this, Emily. I would have liked to present you with this resolution, but somebody beat me to it. I would like to present you with this resolution of appreciation and thank you for your service to us, to me, and to everybody. Thank you. Congrats on your retirement.
Oh, goodness. Whew. Mr. President, Superintendent Ballo, members of the board, first of all, I want to thank you for this recognition. It means the world to me because it's coming from you all, people I respect so much for your energy and your talents and all the amazing work you do. It's been quite a ride for me. I've spent just a little over 30 years in state government. I've worked in the executive branch, the legislative branch, 6 state agencies, and for 4 secretariats. So I have to tell you, though, that out of all those places I stopped along the way, serving as your counsel has been the greatest honor and my favorite thing that I've ever done. It's both as policy director and, and as your legal counsel. I grew up, and some of you might not know this, but I grew up only child, actually. My parents were blue collar. Neither one of them ever attended college for a minute. My dad was a railroad mechanic. My mom was a cashier in a grocery store. My dad grew up on a tobacco farm. Mom was a coal miner's daughter. And they, for probably all of those reasons, made my education their number one priority. And made it very clear to me that I was going to college. In fact, I was so convinced that you had to go to college that in 7th grade, when I had my meeting with the guidance counselor, she asked me, what track I wanted to go on. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, you get to choose. I was like, I have to go to college. But those were my parents. They knew what a skilled trade or excellent education can get you in life, and it was important to them that I have those opportunities. And they're the ones who instilled such a love of learning in me, and also my sense of curiosity. They always encouraged it, regardless of how much trouble it got me into. But I lost my dad when I was 10, but my mom and I, obviously very close. But she always said that I should be a lawyer because I would argue with a signpost. And I guess she was right. I hope that you all know through the work we've done that I share your passion for excellence in public education. And it has been just the greatest honor. And I'm so thankful for the opportunity that I've had to play a small part in all the amazing work you do for all the children in the Commonwealth, from the revising of the standards of accreditation to developing the portrait of a graduate, and of course to prescribing the standards of accreditation. As you all know, this board has the distinction of being one of only two, I should say, agencies that's created by the Constitution. And because our Constitution distributes the duties and responsibilities between the board and the General Assembly and the local school boards, it has been an amazing opportunity to practice constitutional law. My favorite subject in law school. Never thought I'd get the opportunity to do it. But I mentioned that because, it has been an opportunity to learn so much. It has been so intellectually challenging and fascinating at the same time. And Mr. President, I want to thank you personally for asking the hard questions and then debating the answers I gave you.
Maybe your time's up, Susan.
And I want you to know I haven't going to miss this debate. I mean, conversation.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
Anyway, I'm going to miss all of you so much, and as well as other clients and my colleagues and friends I have from DOE days. And it's been over 9 years since I missed a Board of Education meeting. So I guess I'll even miss your meetings. Anyway, I thank you again for your recognition and your kind words.
Thank you. Another round of applause. People don't understand how much institutional knowledge leaves when somebody with your tenure goes. You're going to be sorely missed. Okay, we're going to move back a little bit on this agenda and introduce the Honorable Amy Gadara, Virginia Secretary of Education. We are delighted to have you here with us this morning. Before joining the Youngkin administration, Secretary Gadara was a strategic consultant helping states, foundations, companies, and nonprofit organizations strengthen their efforts to improve student learning and outcomes. Prior to launching her consultancy, Amy was the founder, president, and CEO of the Data Quality Campaign, a national nonprofit advocacy organization, leading the effort to ensure that students, parents, educators, and policymakers have the right information to guide their actions so that every student can excel. I will say personally, when I read your credentials, when you were first named as secretary and chatted with some of the board members, we're all just so excited to have somebody that's focused on data and quality of outcome as you are and have been and demonstrated through your career, be Secretary of Education in Virginia. I'd like to invite you up if you want to take the opportunity to say a few words to the board. It's not a command performance, but we'd be delighted to hear from you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Superintendent Bailey, members of the board. It's delightful to see you again, even on this rainy day, and happy St. Patrick's Day. It was such a delight to share lunch with you yesterday, and I look forward to continuing many of those conversations. I'm honored to be here in this position, and this is something that I believe that the last 33 years of my career has prepared me for, and not just on the data piece, but also everything I believe in terms of the good of the country and the importance of democracy is based on the work that you all are doing here and that we need to do together, of how do we ensure that every single child in the Commonwealth of Virginia is prepared for success in life, prepared to be an active member of our democracy, to be engaged people in their communities, and to be successful in our economy, which is continually changing and becoming more and more demanding. And you all play an unbelievably central role in making sure that that happens by setting the policy that's going to drive so many of these conversations to ensure that we are a best-in-class state, that we do prepare our children not to only be competitive within the confines of the Commonwealth, but also nationally, but also internationally in this increasingly global world. So I look forward to doing that work with you and with so many people that we work with as stakeholders, as partners too. And partnership has been a hallmark of my career. I believe deeply, not only in the power of data, but also in the power of partnership and the power of listening and working together. And that's how I entered this conversation with you all, is that it's important to listen, it's important to learn, and it's important together to learn and also to problem solve. And that's what I commit to do with all of you, and with the folks behind us too and the stakeholders. There is excellence in Virginia, right? As you all heard me say yesterday, the first time I came to Virginia, I came because there were excellent schools, both at the higher education level and at the K-12 level. I was a consumer of that. But excellence does not exist for every one of our children and our families in Virginia. And I would encourage us that needs to be our guiding work together, is to ensure that every single family has quality options and that we do everything possible to fuel innovation and that we fuel opportunities for every family to have access to quality education. And that goes from everything from investing in our teachers so that every single child can have a teacher as incredible as we just heard from this morning and who we recognize. And also, how do we make sure that we fuel innovation and that we start thinking that just the way we've done it is not the way we always have to do it? And how do we encourage thinking about learning from others that are doing things better than we are? But also, how do we celebrate what we are doing well and help others within the Commonwealth and across the country learn from what we're doing well too? So I encourage us to really stretch to be best in class and to make sure that we always keep that in mind as being a Commonwealth that we are going to prepare and work with every single family and every single child, but also to ensure that we focus on excellence. In that spirit, I just look forward to working with you, rolling up sleeves and learning together. I'm so excited about the literacy conversation that was had yesterday. That data is compelling, right? We were looking at that data, and we also need to be honest that things are not working all the time, that we have excellence, but we also have to be really honest about where we don't. And that will be the piece that I keep coming to this table with is, let's look at the data together. Let's be honest about it. And let's also not use any excuses, but realize we have to serve every child. We cannot continue to lose generations of children and be able to say that that's okay. So I look forward to doing that work with you and learning with you. And just am honored to be here and really appreciate the opportunity. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to public comment. Speakers will be recognized in the order in which the request was received. Speakers are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. When your time is up, please close your remarks promptly. We ask that you please provide your name and affiliation at the beginning of your remarks. You may leave copies, written copies of your comments. You can email a copy to Emily Webb, Director of Board Relations, or you can hand one to her if you prefer. It is the habit of this board not to respond individually to individual comments, but a member of staff will respond to any questions raised during your public comment. So, Alan Siebert. Good to have you with us.
Good morning. It is good to see you all. President Gecker, members of the board, Superintendent Bello, it is an opportunity. I want to thank you for your service to the Commonwealth and your service on behalf of the children and the remarkable educators who serve them. My name is Alan Siebert, and I serve as Constituent Services and Government Relations Officer in Roanoke City Public Schools. I'm here this morning on behalf of our Superintendent, Verlita White, and the Roanoke City Public School Board. In November of 2021, our board adopted a legislative position regarding chronic absenteeism, which is one of the indicators for school accreditation. That position reads, considering the significant and ongoing impact of COVID-19 related illness, exposures, and quarantines, and the fact that COVID-19 related absences are caused by the enduring impact of the pandemic, represent an attendance factor that is beyond the scope of school division attendance. Chronic absenteeism is not a valid indicator for the purpose of school accreditation this school year. The position further urges policymakers to implement for the 21-22 school year a hold harmless provision from the accountability measures related to chronic absenteeism. In Roanoke City Public Schools, we are very encouraged by the academic progress our students are making thanks to high quality instruction provided by extraordinary educators since the return to in-person learning. We recognize, however, that unfinished learning and the exacerbation of the achievement gaps that were existing before that will require sustained multi-year efforts to support the whole child. I'm also pleased to deliver to you a letter from the chair of the Region 6 Superintendent Study Group on behalf of the region requesting flexibility and asserting that school accreditation should focus on academic progress made despite illness and quarantines and exposures. We in the region are collecting some data for you. We'll share it with staff. Our very preliminary looks, some of the districts didn't respond in time for me to be here today, but the first ones we have back, chronic absenteeism first semester 1920 versus first semester 21-22, more than double in most places, sometimes even more than that. And the regional superintendents don't want this to be a distraction. We want the conversation in the coming year to be about where children are and where they're growing and what we need to do for them, not about an indicator that just really isn't telling. So on behalf of Roanoke City Public Schools, I'm here with an ask, but I'm also here with an offer. Roanoke City Public Schools is fully focused on serving students and families in diverse and urban environment. We are committed to being collaborative partners with you and with policymakers throughout the Commonwealth, because we also, like you, are focused on continuous improvement of the children and families we serve. Superintendent White has agreed for our division to collaborate with the department as part of the SOQ compliance pilot. She also plans to participate in a forming advisory group of interested superintendents committed to advancing public education in the Commonwealth. As new efforts emerge and in the years ahead, we would, as you all seek to engage representative stakeholders and policymaking, we just want you to know that Roanoke City Public Schools, our superintendent, our board, and our entire team, we're available. We're available to you and to the department as a resource. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Matthew McNeil. Tanya Francis. Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Francis. I have 3 Scholar Roll students who attend Appomattox Regional Governor School. I am the president of the Richmond City Council of PTA. I am the co-chair of Richmond Public Schools School Health and Advisory Board, Mental Health, as well as I'm a board member of NOMNI. I am here today, unfortunately, to have a big ask. It has been brought to my attention that the governor's school, with my personal experience as well as other parents, do not have an IEP compliance coordinator. They don't have any special education teachers as well as instructional assistants. This in turn is impacting our students who do have IEPs. Later on, you guys will get a complaint from me from one particular teacher who continues to ignore my daughter's accommodations. A lot of parents are pulling their kids out of governor schools because of this reason. And this is a great opportunity for our students. Those parents who are disenfranchised do not need any more hardship upon it. And I consider myself their voice. And I will yell and scream as loud as I can to make sure they are supported. In addition, students who are minorities also are not treated so well by staff, teachers. When I had a young man send an email to the executive director at ARG, and pretty much he was reprimanded after a female made derogatory remarks about his sexual orientation. I've had teachers tell students that, oh, there's no difference in the money that women and men make. They make the same amount of money for the same job, when the statistics obviously prove that they don't. I've had teachers tell my daughter, who asked for more diversity in the staff, that minorities are not educated enough to be teachers. So I have made a list of suggestions, and one of my strongest suggestions is to have an advisory board with all stakeholders, including parents. For the next 3 years, I would like the VDOE to set up a corrective action plan for the governor's school. My tax money goes to these schools to help these children learn. And I feel like if I'm spending money, all kids should be treated the same. And so I am strongly encouraging that you guys look at this particular issue. I am so beyond frustrated with the fact that there's no hierarchy, there's no way for you to complain, to step up because they are so many different districts and regions that go to governor's school. There's no complaint system. And so for me, I've done everything I can possibly do to complain, to try to get things corrected. And I'm a very active parent, as you can see all the boards that I'm on. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Sarah Finley.
And I currently am here just for my second place since 2001. And I was very impressed with the status report that you all received in January regarding the work that's been done leading up to the proposed 2022 standards that you'll get in July. All previous revisions have made some improvements, have the potential to move beyond the building of skills that were introduced in the and help teachers assist students even more with critical thinking. And further, input from parents, educators from all levels, and content experts, it also appears that significant efforts are underway to ensure our history is presented in a more complete and inclusive way. I really hope to encourage that you all encourage both of these results. I agree with Governor Youngkin's statement in Executive Order 1. He said, and I quote in part, "We must renew its commitment to teaching our children the value of freedom of thought and diversity of ideas. We must equip our teachers to teach our students the entirety of our history, both good and bad, from the horrors of American slavery and segregation and our country's treatment of Native Americans to the triumph of America's greatest generation against the Nazi empire, the heroic efforts of Americans in civil rights movements. We must provide our students with the facts and context necessary to understand these important events." End of quote. The governor also referenced eliminating inherently divisive concepts. Frankly, I don't know what that means, and I imagine everybody has a different opinion on that. But it's hard to imagine how it wouldn't negate in some manner the sentiments I just read that I really believe are a worthy goal. Fortunately, you don't have to struggle with that, with what is inherently divisive. There's no directive from the General Assembly to do so, and I don't see any value in going down that path. I have 19 years of formal education in Virginia, but over the last few years, I've become painfully aware of how poorly my education prepared me in certain areas, particularly regarding the history of our state and country. My education was largely through one lens and a clearly whitewashed version. Some of what I was taught was simply wrong, but equally egregious were the omissions that would have presented a fuller picture of events from various perspectives. One example, not until a few years ago had I even heard of the Tulsa Massacre. Would this have been uncomfortable to learn about in high school? Absolutely. But discomfort isn't to be feared, ignorance is. On an easier topic, I learned about the space program and John Glenn when I was in school, but not until I saw Hidden Figures was I aware of the strong Black women who helped with these efforts. These are positive messages for all students from this piece of history. It would be particularly true for Black children who were almost never introduced to people who looked like them doing smart and positive things. This is detrimental for all students. Young minds would naturally draw from this that people of color or different cultures didn't do anything worth learning about. These are just two examples. Fortunately, things are better today, but I think we still have a very long way to go, and I hope you'll support and insist on revisions of history and social science standards that cover our history in a more holistic and inclusive manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy DeFranco.
Nancy DeFranco. I'm here today because of what is being taught in our schools. I was driving here this morning and I didn't really sit down and prepare anything. I believe that God will give me the words. It's disheartening to sit here and watch all these wonderful educators get awards and everybody talks about inclusivity and equity and diversity. And we have so much wrong that we are teaching our kids. The social emotional learning that's going on, I don't understand why we are trying to take one group of children and raise them up at the expense of another group of children. It doesn't make sense. I'm in Chesterfield, and what is going on in our community it's abhorrent. We had a rape by a 9th grader in our schools. We have transgender bathrooms for kindergartners. You all have a responsibility and a right to make sure that children know how to read, write, do math, have science. You don't need to socially, emotionally engage our children. That is a parent's responsibility. And we're using social emotional learning as a tool to divide our country, and it's wrong. Teachers are not psychologists, they're not psychiatrists, they're not educated professionals, and what we are doing to our children is wrong. So I'm here today to ask you if you, as a board or a personal member of the board, cannot honestly look at what is going on in our schools and make a change, then I'm here to ask you to resign, because you need to make room for people who really care about our children and want the best for all children based on them, not based on what Castle says or grant money tells you you're supposed to do. This is not what we are supposed to do. God gave us a job. We are not doing our job. Thank you.
Jen Peterson.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Peterson. I live in Spotsylvania, Virginia. I'm the Fredericksburg chapter lead for No Left Turn in Education. I was here in November in which I read passages from 2 books contained in Spotsylvania County Public Libraries, All Boys Aren't Blue and Like a Love Story. I asked this board to establish a policy book so books containing detailed passages of rape, incest, pedophilia, and sex were not in our student libraries, yet they still exist. One example of a book that is still in our Spotsylvania student libraries is by E.R. Frank titled Dime. It is about a 13-year-old girl who is groomed by a pedophilic pimp named Daddy. He first grooms her as a father figure, then a lover, and then he turns her out. She lives with him, a 16-year-old prostitute named Brandy, and a 22-year-old prostitute named L.A. They compete for the title of bottom bitch to become Daddy's favorite. In the book, Dime and Brandy engage in menage a trois with their Johns, and Daddy takes his bitches on vacation to have a multitude of prostitutional sexual encounters so they can earn enough money to purchase an 11-year-old internet porn child named Lollipop. It is unknown at the time of her purchase she is pregnant. This is from the book. L.A. looked at Lollipop. Where's your family? Just Uncle Ray as long as I can remember. This is messed up, Ray muttered. She fucked already? L.A. asked Daddy, or just do what you do in front of the computer by herself? Lollipop was nodding yes. I was so good at the internet, Uncle Ray said my fans could start visiting me in person as soon as I turned 11. It's funny, right? Lollipop whispered to us girls. All the things men like to do, only some of them like to pat you gently. I like that, but not the rest. But Uncle Ray said it's worth the money, and I agree because then I get everything I want pink and purple. I'm really good at it. Uncle Ray taught me that if you pretend the parts that hurt don't hurt, and it all feels good and you like it, they give you more money. You gonna give her dates? I thought he might reach over and swat her hard, but he grinned at his phone. She's gonna make us rich. My school board comments last Monday, or a week ago Monday, were recorded and posted to various social media sites, and within 36 hours, there were over 12,000 views and 200 shares. This ranges from Canada to the Deep South to the West Coast. Across the U.S., states are starting to take actions against some books. Some recent examples are a vice principal in Mississippi being fired for reading a book titled I Need a New Butt to second graders. North Carolina, their lieutenant governor is getting involved. The Texas governor wants roughly 800 books removed, resulting in one district removing 400 of them preemptively. Oklahoma proposed a bill that would permit parents to remove such books, and if not removed within 30 days, the employees tasked with removal would be fired and ineligible for employment for 2 years, as well as parents can seek a minimum of $10,000 per day the book remains. And in South Carolina, their governor called for an investigation in these books and possible violations of law. But here in Virginia, our headlines read, Bill to regulate sexually explicit books in school libraries killed. Virginia public schools contain images too pornographic for TV. She sucked my dick. Mom goes thermonuclear over NSFW's material in class reading assignments. And Virginia school board decides to put sexually explicit books back into school libraries. I mean, how is this acceptable? Would you really want your daughter, your son, your granddaughter, your grandson to read this stuff? It serves nothing more than to desensitize and groom our children.
Doris, Nick?
My name is Doris Kinnick, and I have an elementary and early childhood degree as well as a TESOL certificate. I live in Chesterfield, Virginia. I'm a mother of two. I was previously with Virginians for Safe Technology and a regional facilitator for Virginia Freedom Keepers. I am currently with Virginians for Children First, and I'm one of the directors. I'm here to speak about the disheartening fact that the VDOE has lost the trust of thousands of parents for choosing profit over protection of the children. I say this because the VDOE has accepted the ESSER and the ARP funds, and it has taken over $2 billion for Virginia specifically. In the fact sheet of the U.S. Department of Education website, it explains on page 5 in regards to uses of the funds and reservations. The funds were given on the condition of following CDC guidelines to the greatest extent practicable. This is also tied to the Ed COVID-19 handbook created by Miguel Cardona, and it's frightening. And three facts are made very clear in this handbook. Number one, funding for social emotional learning and activism in a push for LGBTQ is listed in the Ed COVID-19 handbook. Number two, vaccinations and masking push segregating unvaccinated from vaccinated is clearly stated. Number three, data collection for federal purposes, as well as in the second handbook, closing the digital divide. None of these things help protect the children. In fact, they've all caused harm mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. I have several questions for this board. Were there any VDOE members who opposed taking the ARP ESSER funds? How does allowing boys to dress like girls and use girls' bathrooms make girls safer? Obscene and sexualized books have been pushed throughout the state, as was mentioned prior. How are these books and materials safe for young minds? Thousands of parents watched in horror as medical freedom was put in jeopardy. Teachers and school board supervisors began practicing medicine without a license, and children were abused. Does the VDOE understand that the CDC owns 57 vaccine patents and makes millions of dollars from vaccines? This is a conflict of interest. If vaccines are really safe and effective and everyone should get them, then why then are vaccine manufacturers given blanket liability and no long-term studies done? Closing the digital divide by spending these funds to purchase more wireless Chromebooks into children's hands is not keeping children safe. Where are the scientific studies that wireless devices are safe for children? Has anyone looked at the 11,000 pages of evidence that was provided in regards to microwave radiation from Children's Health Defense and the EHT FCC case from August 13th, 2021? Hardwiring is the answer. The actions of the VDOE have shown that you trust the CDC, the VDH, who has done no research into mask harms, Castle, Fauci, and SDC over parents protecting their children, and have allowed profits over safety, and we do not consent. The majority of guardians of children want to have their voices heard and parents' rights to choose be respected, to know with full confidence that their children are safe. This is the most essential need. We want politics removed from education. We want a strong basic curriculum taught to our children effectively without inappropriate reading materials in libraries or read to our children. We want the messaging of Martin Luther King Jr., which is love and peace, not Black Lives Matter and social justice activism, to be taught. They want our children to be safe and feel safe to use bathrooms in schools. Medical freedom should be respected, and never again to have children and teachers be forced to wear masks. When there is risk, there always must be choice. Children's bodies must be respected, and choice with the amount of technology used in the classrooms is essential. I have provided a wealth of information and resources here for you. And Ms. Jillian Bello, at this point, you're the only one that I would trust as you're new and coming to the VDOE. I've given you a zip drive with the crimes that Chesterfield County has committed, and we seriously would like you to look into our superintendent. And I've also given you plenty of information. The 11,000 pages of evidence is in there as well. I hope to speak with you soon. Thank you.
Ann Tatus? Paul Fanny? I'm sorry.
So SEL is being told that it's being taught in flex block. That is false. It is being taught in every single curriculum. Tell me how it's appropriate to ask my 6th grader in her English class to use a Google search to find an image of a medication that can currently draw it. And then ask my 11-year-old how she came to rise. 11th grade. The book, The Giver, which is completely inappropriate, before each it was asked about 8 questions how my daughter feels. Like, is it okay to break laws if it's for common good? So when we talk about data mining, I campaigned hard for Youngkin, but data mining on our children is going on, and there is zero accountability about where it's going, and parents do not know. Surveys, they're being told, oh, here you go, here's your one survey. No, I went into my daughter, surveys are being done, they're being guided. I have a principal that listens to me and has removed during the Protection of People Rights Amendment that our attorney, Wendell Roberts, denied me. So I have several civil rights complaints. It states that every parent has a right to their child's curriculum and teacher training. What are they hiding? He told me to FOIA it. The same attorney that wouldn't give it, who does the school board's FOIAs, is a school board attorney who wouldn't give it to me. So we'll go on and we'll say more questions. Then there's one I do not like. A leader, I am not a leader. About parents, I am generally well liked in my house. I am generally not well liked in my house. If you can't see the destruction, what you're doing to children, these are children. Why in the world would you be asking an 11-year-old to ask what prescription medications and then draw a picture from Google? Would you ask a child to do that? You are destroying children with social emotional learning. You use CASEL. The money was funded by CASEL. CASEL in 2020 changed. It is now transformative SEL based on equity, based on social justice. So the governor's interim guidances mean nothing because it's all the same thing. Equity lifts one group up to bring one group down. How is dumbing down education serving any children? Children of color being pushed through for equity? It doesn't serve them. No child gets an education. Transgender children, we had a rape. We have told them over and over in Chesterfield. Loudon is not the anomaly. It's happening everywhere. Nobody protects these children. Biology or not. You are grooming children in gender crisis. The transgender model policy was completely biased. Form a new one based on legislation. Have both sides. Have the LGBT conservatives, the log cabin Republicans who don't want this, come and sit on your board to develop these policies. Same with SEL. I looked up every single one was on the left. There are other options that you can follow legislation to have SELs until we can change the legislation that do not involve equity, CASEL, social justice, or bringing any race down to bring another one up, because our children are not born hating, they are taught hate, and they are being taught hate in every single grade starting in kindergarten, and it has to stop.
Paul Fanny. Try one more because I missed last time. Paul Fanny.
Paul Fanny, right here.
It's your turn, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Members of the board, members of the audience, it is both a pleasure and an honor to be before you, espousing my views. I do have some. There are two heroes I would like to point out. I hope these women are here. If they are, let me know. The first woman of note is Sonia Brody. Sonia, are you here?
I'm right here.
Quite the pleasure, man. And I'm so glad to see you face to face at last. Thank you, Ms. Brody. She's a great, great lady. Whatever it takes to keep her here, do it. She's worth it. Number two, Mrs. Emily Webb. Where is Emily Webb? You are another hero of mine. Your work is outstanding, and I'm glad you're here. It is a great pleasure knowing both of you. Fine, fine, fine ladies. Very fine. Well, I prepared some notes, and I wrote one of these wonderful women an email last night. I don't know if they brought the copy or not. If not, it's all right. I can ad lib with the best of them. And I've only got 3 minutes, so I'll take a sip of water and then sit down and I'm done. Okay, good water. There's so much to talk about. I have heard some amazing comments and stories from people. Your stories shook me up, made me stop and pause. And some of you in the back were example. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And yes, ma'am, in the green. You are some noteworthy individuals, and I was very, very happy that you came, shared your minds and your hearts with the rest of us. We need to hear what you have to say. All right, because they're right. Some changes need to happen. All right. Now, I look around, and I wish you would do the same with me before my 3 minutes are up. How many 17-year-olds came with you this morning? Anybody 17 years old here? You got one? All right, we'll talk. No. But we are here on behalf of our youth. So where are they? I'm going to stir the fire a little bit and say, well, why not this? Let's do something and say a little bit controversial. Let's invite the youth into this room. Let's hear what they have to say. They're human too, right? Do they not also have First Amendment protections? Of course they do. The Constitution doesn't apply to people only 18 and older, as that is my understanding. Kids have opinions, what's it like to really be bullied in school? Well, let's hear it straight from a horse's mouth. What do the kids think about standardized tests and how they walk out after the test, forgetting half of what they just said? Okay? Are we listening to these stories? Do we care? There are so many issues that we need to hear from our children, and they're not here. So we don't know what they're saying. Okay? All right. And anyway, I think we should take stock, and I think we should invite our youth to hang out and spend time with us. The people in the ivory towers who claim to know better because we're so uneducated. Stir it up, folks. All right, and the last issue before I exit the podium here. Now, a comment was made, and I'm not sure I agree with it or if I see it in the same light. Now, schools offer maybe a psychologist, they offer a guidance counselor, but you see kids who walk out of the classroom disappointed and frustrated, and they start to hate school because, I don't read so well, Mom. I need some help. I can't keep up in the classroom. I need some help with reading, man. I don't know who to see. I don't know who to talk to. I don't know where to go. All right. So Mom and Dad need to fight for. They need to find a reading specialist. The school needs to keep a close eye out on these children before we lose them. before we hear the story about how, oh yeah, my buddy Donnie, well, he's doing time in the Nick. Yeah, 10 to 20 for armed robbery.
Sir, I think your 3 minutes is up.
And I do
Appreciate your
appreciate y'all's time. Thank you so very, very much.
Yeah, 11. Yeah, 11. Ah.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Madam Vice President, Superintendent, board members. My name is Elaine. I am the Chief Communications Officer and Virginia Chapter President of Left Turn in Education. I'm here about the transgender model policy. We would like the policy changed. Transgender non-binary students should be respected and accommodated on a case-by-case basis. If the statute cannot be amended or repealed, and the video model policy cannot be amended or must issue a statement that the Office of the Attorney General will not prosecute any school division that does not implement this policy. But we are asking for the following changes, if possible. And I'm speaking on behalf of thousands of Virginia parents. Virginia public schools should aim to provide safety, privacy, and respect to all students regardless of gender identity. Virginia public schools must respect that parents are the primary caregivers and decision makers in their own children's lives. Virginia public schools shall create policies about transgender issues that shall not harm any girl or young boy or young woman or young man, and shall not deny parents information about their own children's developmental issues or undermine a parent's role in their children's lives. Parents shall hold a primary role in helping a child make decisions about gender identity. Virginia public schools shall provide secondary mental health and operational support based on that decision with the knowledge, participation, and cooperation of the parents. Virginia public schools shall not disclose any aspect of the parent's decision to any official parent or student without the express written consent. Minimal, considered on case-by-case basis, and will be handled in cooperation with the superintendent. Virginia public schools shall allow any student who has been officially diagnosed by a licensed medical doctor with gender dysphoria, has shown evidence that such identity has been asserted for at least 1 year, and has the written consent of their parents to use the same bathroom as the gender with which they identify. Virginia public schools shall install individual floor-to-ceiling stalls in the bathrooms of all schools within the next 5 years. Virginia public schools shall provide use of single-stall private unisex bathrooms to any student immediately. Virginia public schools shall ensure hourly monitoring of bathrooms by SROs, school staff, and parent volunteers immediately to prevent what just happened in Chesterfield. Virginia public schools shall provide private changing facilities for students that do not share the same biological sex. Unisex bathroom or teacher's office can serve as a private changing room. Virginia public schools shall not allow students of different biological sex in facilities. Virginia public schools shall not overnight accommodations with those of different biological sex without the express consent of all parents involved and without said student or students have been officially diagnosed with gender dysphoria by a licensed medical doctor. Virginia public schools shall allow transgender students, I'm almost finished, to play sports and junior varsity and varsity teams of the gender with which they identify as long as the player's height, weight, and body mass index falls within the range of all other players on the team. Virginia public schools will allow transgender students to play sports on junior varsity and varsity teams of the gender with which they identify, provided they present proof of a gender dysphoria diagnosis from a licensed medical doctor, can show evidence to the fact that they have lived as the gender identity they assert consistently and for no less than 1 year, and provide written parental consent. Thank you.
Mary Keith. Is Mary Keith here? Yeah. Okay. Let me go back up to Matthew McNeil. Okay, thank you. That covers the list of the people who registered in advance as practice. Is there anybody who did not register who would like to address them? Please come on up.
We are in a time when we are canceling our culture and canceling our history. But there was a retired colonel from the Virginia militia in 1772 who went out to Ohio Territory to a little place called Belle Glade, later became renamed Marietta, Ohio, the county seat of Washington County. And that man was George Washington. There at Belle Glade, he said, as our country expands and its population increases, as it will, care must be taken to have each succeeding generation know the trials and tribulations of those who preceded them. History is an essential study to better government. Now understand, this is before he was elected as general and commander-in-chief. This was before he became the president of the Constitutional Convention. This was before he was elected president, the first president under this Constitution, the 17th president overall of the United States. But this is something that is being taken away from our children, is a knowledge of the history of this nation, a nation that's blessed by God to be a beacon of hope for people all around the world. And if we take that from our children, we are stealing from them, and we're stealing from the future, and we're stealing from the hopes of people all around the world. So I beg you to re-emphasize history, not social studies, history in our schools in Virginia. Thank you. God bless you. And may America bless God.
Sir, excuse me, just 1 minute. You don't have to, but it would help our record keeping if you don't mind just giving your name. Like I said, it's not mandatory.
Certainly. I'm James Renwick Manship, former member of the Mount Vernon Board of Visitors, appointed by Governor Moore, and I have a ministry called God and Country Foundation because George Washington said, "Do my duty to God and my country."
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. I think that covers, well, let me just say, is there anybody else, I ask, is there anybody else who'd like to speak? I don't see anybody. Let me just say this. As I mentioned at the outset, the board does not respond to individual comments at these meetings. I think, and even some of the speakers referenced, there's a division of responsibility in the Commonwealth for certain aspects of education. Some of it belongs with the board, supervised by the General Assembly, and some of it is with VDOE, which is Superintendent Balo. A lot of what was said today falls into, frankly, there are comments about VDOE or individual school divisions. We will try to coordinate with Superintendent Balo to sort of sort out which comments were where and who ought to respond appropriately. I mean, and I'll give an example on the transgender policy issue. That is legislatively expressly given to VDOE. It is not a board. And I will tell you also, and I don't mean to suggest that to provide a disincentive for anybody to appear. Everybody on this board is always happy to hear citizens of the Commonwealth come express their views on overarching education issues. So that's not the point of that comment. The point of the comment is just so that everybody has an understanding of who's got authority and where responses are from. And that's it. We are done with public comment. I'm sorry, we're done.
You're going to offer a statement. You should allow people to rebut what you just said. To know about legislation and what was passed on to you as an appointed, non-elected body and a biased leftist body, you should allow the people to address what we do know about the legislation passed in the DOE.
Okay, we will move on. All right.
By the way, the last guy in Richmond Times-Dispatch dressed as George Washington. Travels everywhere, George. In case you didn't know that.
Thank you. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Hope everybody's had an opportunity to review it. Is there a motion to either pull an item or to adopt items A through E on the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the items on the consent agenda as listed.
Thank you, Dr. Ron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries. Item F, final review of proposed revisions to the guidelines for uniform performance standards and evaluation criteria for principals and superintendents. My understanding is no presentation, and we are deferring to the superintendent. I may be wrong about that understanding.
I'm just here to represent staff.
Okay.
Great. Mr. President, is there I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, is there a presentation or comments that you'd like to make?
Not at this time.
No.
There-
Mr. Chairman, I recommend pass it.
Okay. Let me ask first, are there any, and thank you for that. Are there any, Dr. Anderson, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. Any opposed? I don't see any, so that carries. Item G, final review of data science standards of learning and data science standards of learning curriculum framework. We have had some internal discussion about this, and I know Superintendent Balo has some comments before we move on with this. And Ms. Mazzacane, happy to have you. I think that's you behind that mask.
It's me.
There you go. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm still getting used to, at our last meeting, I was in and out with General Assembly, so I'm still getting used to protocol and process. So I appreciate your patience, as well as the patience of the staff at VDOE as I just become aware and educated about all of the issues in front of the board during the 2022 and 23 school years planned. Teachers involved in pilot will receive professional development and participate in a learning cohort, and also provide feedback to the Department of Education as well as stakeholder groups that we might want to engage along the way. Teams of teachers should work to develop draft curricular resources that support data science. And I also want you to know that our staff is working with Virtual Virginia to make sure that that pilot can be delivered to a number of school districts across the state and not just in one area of the state. I would like to see us do that for two reasons. Number one, in Wyoming, sometimes we say putting the cart before the horse. And if we are doing a pilot, it seems prudent to ensure that we have as much fluidity and flexibility with the standards as possible just before it goes statewide. Also, VOE will be largely responsible, if not solely responsible, for delivering content to teachers to teach a new content area. At this point, I don't have enough information to understand the partnership and the collaboration and the input and the participation, Frank, of higher education in this. And I would like to see us make sure that we go through these next steps to engage higher education, to get some of the framework and infrastructure in place to support a brand new content area or a brand new course. The other thing is that as I visited with our staff at VDOE, and again, I apologize for my newness and being here for 2 months and largely consumed by transition and General Assembly for more than the better part of that 2 months. This could go as a course in social sciences, or it could go as a course in math. There's a big difference between those two courses. And I want to ensure that we do one or the other. Data science is important. It's important for all students and should be accessible in a way that is for lack of a better term, that is in either one or the other, social science or math or STEM. And I am kind of going all over the place and I apologize for that, but that tells you a little bit about how much information has and how much work has gone into these standards. And I would like to defer for at least 1 month. At the same time, the reason that I asked President Gecker to keep this item on the agenda is because I really want to hear from the board and understand better the deliberations that have taken place up to this point. And in short, in an email that I sent to President Gecker and to staff at and that I just outlined here, I'm concerned about the cart going before the horse. I am concerned about the space between social science and math, and it should be one or the other. And I am concerned about the accessibility of these standards for all students. Data science is really important, and it is being billed or rolled out as an advanced course for select divisions at this point. So, and there's no ill will or criticism for VDOE staff or board deliberations or anything like that. I'm just asking for a little bit more time to be acquainted with this and to make an appropriate recommendation. If I have to make a recommendation today, it is simply defer.
Okay. You know, we have been through, I guess, a couple meetings with regard to the standards. We had public comment on the standards. I personally believe it would be appropriate for us to move this to the April agenda to give the superintendent time to fully, you know, flesh out, I guess, rationale for and where. I think one of the issues that's going to come before the board, though, in April is whether to adopt or not to adopt, that is to defer more or less indefinitely to allow a pilot program to go forward. I think that's really what the ask is. You know, I'm not giving an opinion either way right now. I'm just saying that I think, just to put this into terms that I understand, I think what the superintendent is saying is it is likely in April, I'm going to ask that we do pilot programs to better inform the final product and not adopt these as final standards. And that's, I think, something, you know, we ought to think about. As I said, I think as a matter of courtesy, we have in the past relied heavily on the superintendent's recommendation. You know, it has been a busy couple months for Superintendent Balo, and there is apparently no harm to anything if we defer this to April. So that would be my goal here today. But that just puts off, if you will, the ultimate decision. And I don't want to put, you know, I don't want to just defer it and then not have people thinking about what the real underlying issue is here, because there's a significant underlying issue to the request.
Mr. President, I appreciate that. And again, there are so many spaces to fill in my knowledge right now, and board discussion is one of those. I can do that by looking back at minutes and looking back at discussions by the board, which I intend to do and commit to doing. Also by having continued conversations with VDOE staff about some of those spaces that I still have that are outstanding. Perhaps we can reach some reconciliation to go forward. But there are those outstanding issues in my mind, particularly related to the accessibility, the training, and the order of operations with respect to these standards. And it is not to say that I don't see value or merit in a data science course. And at the end of the day, it may be, do we go forward with a pilot program without finalized or approved standards of learning, or do we need to have approved standards of learning before we go forward with the pilot program? And perhaps that's something that just in my 2 months here, I don't, you know, I don't have full knowledge of what the process is, but it seems like
It is my understanding, and then that a number of divisions, is this correct, are prepared to offer the course once we adopt, or if we adopt? Ms. Holton?
So I appreciate the superintendent's input and have absolutely no problem with the month delay. I would just suggest that we use the month profitably, and I would encourage the department to seek the input of the divisions, of the districts, and particularly curriculum development folks, I would think would be key, but I'm sure there are other stakeholders groups, superintendents, VSBA, et cetera, that may have an opinion on whether there's some downside to waiting the year. And also certainly invite here that the stakeholder groups, if they want to speak directly to us on the board, we'd be happy to hear their public comment on the, so I think it's great that you all are identifying the options of either we go forward in April or we delay perhaps as much as a year or more, and invite the districts who are really closer to the ground on this to tell us if there's some downside to that we should be aware of.
It would also be helpful to me, Superintendent, if staff explained the technical issues, if, or requirements of doing a pilot that is outside of our experience, and, what might have to change, if anything, to accommodate a pilot so that people get credit appropriately, et cetera. I don't pretend to know all the ins and outs of that, and it would be helpful to have some understanding of what that would look like administratively and from the division level.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I have an idea about that, and I want to be really clear. VDOE staff has been incredibly gracious with their time and the information that they have shared with me. It is simply that there has not been enough time for me to make an appropriate recommendation at this time, and I know that there are some technical issues with going forward with a pilot and not having finalized standards, but I'm not sure that they're insurmountable technical issues
I didn't mean
that
to
would keep
suggest
us.
I thought they
I
were
know.
insurmountable. I just
Yeah.
want to understand what they are so that I can waive.
Agree. And Mr. President, I so appreciate your patience and grace in allowing me that extra time. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Dr. Mann?
Yes, I too appreciate this conversation, and I guess I am wondering when we come back in April, then really thinking about concretely what we're going to be looking at. If you're saying, Superintendent, that you have some ideas about how this might roll out and what the technical issues might be with it, are we imagining that there's going to be a plan, a proposal that speaks to a pilot? I just want to orient my mind around sort of what we're going to be looking at in an effort to get to a sort of go, no go, or decision around it.
Mr. President and Madam Vice President, thank you for that question. And my hope is that staff and I will continue to meet over the course of the next month, and staff will be able to fill in the gaps, the knowledge gaps that I have outstanding at this time, and also make a presentation with adjustments or changes necessary, and then we can have that conversation as a board. And I don't necessarily think that those will be major changes philosophically or in terms of direction or timing of courses being able to be offered in our school divisions. But I do imagine that we will be able to come back to you in a month with my additional information and additional information from staff about how we are making sure that our teachers who are teaching this course understand that it is either a social science credit or a math credit, not both, or either or, that it is the professional development is in clear path or a clear process for ensuring that there is flexibility with these standards of learning to do two things. One is to make changes to the standards of learning as we learn lessons through the pilot, and number two is that we have clearly a process to identify standards of learning need to be incorporated into other standards of learning throughout all of the sets of standards of learning because this is important. And then lastly, I would just say that I think that it is also important for us to make sure that we are able to offer the pilot program statewide. I know that there has been some general interest from a smaller region of Virginia school divisions, and I would like to see us have a very specific plan on how we will engage our rural districts and some of the districts that have not identified themselves as being interested in this pilot project. Having a firm commitment from some of those school divisions will be really important in my mind to bring to you as the board so that you know who's involved in the school division or who's involved in the pilot project, how that input will be coming to you, how those teachers will be trained to deliver the content areas, and what those courses will look like in schools.
Okay, I think that covers all the questions. Dr. Davis-Vaught, do you have any questions? Nope, don't see.
To give herself some time to acclimate, and I appreciate everyone's understanding.
Defer this item to the April agenda. All right, item H, review of Abtel's recommendation for passing score for the middle, or for Praxis Middle School Math 5164 test for the middle education 6-8 mathematics endorsement. Good morning.
President Decker, Vice President Mann. I serve as the Assistant Superintendent for Teacher Ed and Licensure. I'd ask the final reviews for items H and I, given the similarity in the methodology and the procedures. And so I also want to recognize today we have with us as well our Director of Client Relations from ETS from New Jersey, Malik McKinley. He's also here to support our items today. Again, just a quick summary. This is the final review regarding the 2 math praxis assessments. A brief background. Currently, the board requires the following assessments for initial licensure: the Virginia Communications and Literacy Assessment, or the VCLA, Praxis Subject Assessments, and Reading for Virginia Educators, or the RVE, for specific endorsements. The board prescribes the Praxis Subject Assessments as a professional teacher's assessment requirement for initial licensure in our state. The current prescribed assessments for both the mathematics endorsement and the middle school endorsements have been, and the regenerated Praxis tests will be offered by the Educational Testing Services, or ETS, and a cut score needs to be established for the revised test. You'll note in item H, focus on the Praxis Middle School Mathematics Assessment 5164 test for middle school educators 6-8 mathematics endorsement. The test will be required for individuals seeking initial licensure, as well as those that wish to test or add that endorsement by testing to their valid license for renewal. Item H, the proposed recommendation relates to the mathematics assessment 5165 test for mathematics endorsement. The test will be required for individuals seeking initial licensure for mathematics, as well as an opportunity to add by testing to add that mathematics endorsement to a valid license. Again, we have supplied the customary attachments of the multi-state standard setting report for both middle school and mathematics, as well as the Virginia reports. The technical report contains 3 sections. The first section describes the content and the format of the test. The second section describes the standard setting processes and methods. And finally, the Praxis study companion. As you may remember, the advisory board received this presentation from the ETS representatives on October 27th, 2021. And as we have shared previously, the Abtel board members reviewed the standard setting report and recommended that the board approve the passing score at -1 CES-EM, or 150, below the standard setting panel's recommendation for item H. For item I, The advisory board members reviewed the standard setting report and recommended that the Board of Education approve the passing score of 152, again at -1 CSEM, below the standards recommended by the panel. However, since the January meeting, we now have an updated recommendation from the state superintendent. So for today, the state superintendent has recommended that the board establish a cut score of 157 for the Praxis Middle School Mathematics 5164 test. And this does align with the recommendation from ETS. Individuals may take either the current prescribed assessment for the middle school mathematics, Praxis Middle School Mathematics 5169, or the new Praxis Middle School Mathematics 5164 test through August 2021. In September 22, only the new Praxis Middle School Mathematics 5164 tests will be offered in Virginia. Beginning September 2022, the Praxis Middle School Mathematics 5169 test will be accepted only for those individuals who took and passed the test during the period it was prescribed by the board. Related to item I, again, the state superintendents of public of 159, again, aligning with the ETS recommendation in the multi-state self-study. Individuals may take either the current prescribed assessment for mathematics, Praxis, the content knowledge 5161 test, or the new math assessment at 5165 test through August 22. And again, in September 22, only the new Praxis 5165 tests will be offered in Virginia. Beginning September 22, the Praxis Math Content Knowledge 5161 test will be accepted only for those individuals who took and passed the test during the period it was prescribed by the board. I'll welcome any questions at this time.
Dr. Duran.
Thank you for the review. And since January, revisiting and say superintendent, the score, a couple of us were concerned at the recommendation and the fact that it was much lower than surrounding states. So I want to just make sure I understood you correctly. Either the superintendent or Dr. Johnson, 57, 69. Help us to understand how does that compare now to other states and use recommendation of ETS, but does it now put us now in a more comfortable place to be with the
with the folks from ETS Praxis and asked them, as an overachiever, why wouldn't we want to be above the cut score that's recommended by ETS? We want our math teachers to be the very best. I think I knew the answer to that before I asked, but I wanted to hear from the professionals and explained it well. The cut score that's established by ETS is really that line in the sand. Do the teachers have the knowledge that they need to go into a classroom on day and have the content knowledge, maybe not the pedagogy, maybe not the experience, maybe not the classroom management, but do they have the content knowledge to adequately teach the course? And the answer is yes. So going above that doesn't necessarily insinuate that we have a teacher, but it always suggests that we have someone who knows the content area adequately. And I think that's really important. The moment that we go that cut score, we can't guarantee that. We still can't guarantee that they're not great in every other area, but they do not demonstrate the content knowledge needed to enter school or enter a classroom day one and teach the content area.
Thank you for that further explanation. I think it's really important that we do have teachers who are prepared and not being below. So I'm glad that appreciate you taking the time to look into that. I know in January you were seeing it for the first time yourself. So I'm really supportive now of this change, and I'll be certainly supporting these new recommendations. So thank you very much.
And Dr. Duran, if I might just add, this was an important conversation. I didn't have time for all of the conversations and all of the depth of conversations, but this was important. I do recognize the teacher shortage, the desire to ensure that we have diversity in the classroom, and the impetus was really there for ABTEL when we made this recommendation. I think it would behoove the board to continue having conversations about ensuring that we have a diverse workforce and ensuring that we that we do whatever we can as a board within our power to address the teacher shortage. This is not the entry point to do that. And so I appreciate those continued conversations among the board in the weeks, months, and years to come, because it is a real issue, teacher shortage, and ensuring that we have a diverse workforce are things that are items, are topics that this board needs to continue talking about, and we need to continue to probe where our entry points are as a board, but this isn't one of them.
One final comment, thank you, Mr. President, to that is, I think it's really, really important that we continue thinking about diversity of our candidates, but also excellence. And those are often, in my mind, misunderstood. When we talk about equity, we talk about diversity, we talk about wanting to have inclusivity. We cannot mix the fact that we're saying then we don't want excellence, we don't want high standards, we don't want quality. And when it's misused that way, we have to make sure that we continue to correct that, because diversity and excellence do exist and should exist. And it has to be part of our conversation. We have to look at the data for the number of applicants who are diverse or not diverse, serving our students, but we must do it with excellence in mind as well. So thank you for that.
Mr. President, I have a question or comment, really. Comment, I appreciate all the extra data that you provided. I very much took my time and really went through this, and I certainly agree with the importance of setting a standard and having high standards for certain. I think it was very disconcerting to see actually the pass rate over, many years, looking at one of the tests in particular. And what it prompted me to think about, especially since we're talking about the importance of innovation and the spirit of innovation, is really considering, not at this point, I know we have a very different decision ahead of us, but at your invitation to really think about where can we go with actually trying to evolve how we understand who's highly qualified and prepared to do this work. And I feel like there is an opportunity to perhaps look at academic performance, concentration of math courses, how people do with those courses, coupled with student growth, to really see if, in fact, there are some people that are being locked out. I mean, a test rate that's like a 50% of the students not passing, in my mind, tells me something's wrong with the tool. People are not getting access in higher education to the kind of content that they need, but we're penalizing the adults in ways that are, I think, limiting students to teachers who, in fact, might be prepared with the baseline content to teach. And I feel like if we're going to talk about innovation and ways that we can stop doing the things that we've always done as the only answer to getting at sort of our workforce shortage, we need to be open to that. So maybe there's a provisional opportunity for people when you look at transcripts, concentration of course content, all of those things, and marry them up with how well are students doing, because we can't stay on this path where you're seeing tests actually result in, 55% of the students passing. That's not the trend rate that we see with some of the other data that you very thoughtfully provided. 70% or so was the, 3-year average for the other tests. So I think if we're going to be about innovation, let's be about innovation in some of these other areas as well, because something is wrong somewhere that we're not pinpointing that we've got to get on top of. So I really, really appreciate your digging into this information and providing a window into really understanding this from a different point of view. I certainly support high standards, and this is not about not trying to have a high standard, but it is about, for me, making sure we're looking at information in ways that challenge us to not just do what we've always done.
Anybody else?
I agree.
Dr.
I just
Durant.
want to add a little bit to what you said, Dr. Mann. I certainly agree with that. And I think that as a board and as educators, as people leading in educational institutions, we all have to be mindful, though, or thinking about assessment, it's one piece of that. And to your point, I think the innovation needs to come in, and we need to look closer at how we're preparing our future educators, how we're preparing our teachers to be able to take assessments that are a part of this process. They are a part of this process. And when we see the scores as low as they are in terms of the pass rate, it's not always just about the assessment. There may be, I believe, the opportunity, and we have looked at this board many times at our assessments to see where there might be some innovation. But I also think we should be looking at the full picture, because I think, and someone who's worked with many teachers who've gone through preparation programs, they've shared with me holes in their preparation and their inability. And so I think it behooves us to have the conversation that you're asking, but make it more comprehensive, to not be limited to just the assessment. That's what's before us today. So I understand that's why we're focusing on that today. But I would hope that our VDOE department can continue, and I know you are doing this, but continue to dig deep at that data you're describing to say this is unacceptable, that we have this amount of our teacher candidates that are not passing what is told to us by ETS is the bare minimum for what shows success. And so how do we continue to work to develop and change the preparation and assist those who are taking these assessments? Because I believe it's a full part of the process, not just looking at one piece. That's not what you were saying. I just wanted to add to that to say how important, because of course today what's on the agenda is just the assessment. But I do think that you're right. Innovation, innovation, innovation around the whole system of teacher preparation,
And
not
assessment
just
in
the
general.
assessment.
Assessments. in
Not just the
general.
assessment, but the assessment, but the whole piece is what I'm saying.
And yes, I certainly agree with you, and I believe ABTEL is also in support of that, and we are trying to explore some options. And so I welcome the conversation, and I appreciate the support in exploring some other options for that. And I know Board Member Holton will also be joining with me now with ABTEL to help us take a look at some of these issues.
Just to be clear, I think from my perspective, the issue before us today, the praxis issue, is really just one measure of mastery of a content area, which is one of the essential components of being able to teach that content area. And I think, Dr. Mann, what you are suggesting, which I don't disagree with, is that there may be other methods or other means to assess whether an individual has mastery of that content area. With the suggestion that perhaps either the testing or the prep within, is not adequate to see if everybody has got, or if each individual has that mastery necessary to be able to communicate in a classroom. Because we all know that, without content mastery, the effectiveness of the teacher diminishes, therefore the outcomes diminish, and our goal is to improve student outcomes. The one linkage that I don't like, and this is not, directed at you, Dr. Mann, at all, is the linkage to we have a teacher shortage. Every time I hear that in conversations dealing with minimum, standards for mastery or for who can be a teacher, I don't believe that the remedy to teacher shortage is to in any way lower the standards either by, and I know that's not what you said, but again, that linkage always, to me, they're independent questions, right? Can we find alternative assessments that identify people who have got sufficient content mastery to teach? I think the answer to that is yes. Should we do that because we have a teacher shortage? I think the answer to that is no. I think we're going to do that because there are people who want to teach, who can teach, with the appropriate qualifications that we are not identifying with the way we're doing it now. The teacher shortage issue is one that this board has talked about a lot. And I hate to say it, but the answers there are more simple than, people want to believe. Number one is you cannot expect to have a lot of people move to a profession where the pay is, pick a number, 30% less than the pay for comparably educated individuals. I mean, it defies logic to believe that we're going to be successful with that as a model. Number two, it defies logic to believe that to move people into a profession where at times, and I know not in Arlington, but in some jurisdictions, the support of younger teachers isn't sufficient to keep them in the profession, right? And one of the things the board addressed through the prescribed standards of quality is to provide that framework of support around younger teachers. Because if you look, and this is not post-pandemic, but certainly pre-pandemic, the numbers were such that if we could alleviate the really the flow of teachers out of the profession in their younger years 4 to 7, let's say, we would have we would have had sufficient teachers to, fill every spot in the Commonwealth. Post-pandemic, I haven't seen those numbers, so I'm not speaking to that. But it's clear we have a problem with how do we retain, right? Attraction and retention. Attraction is, pay in part and working conditions. Retention is support working conditions. And we have addressed that through the prescribed SOQs, which have not yet been adopted or really, frankly, talked about seriously in the General Assembly. We continue to hope that that framework that we, suggest, that is with mentorship, better building leadership, et cetera, will be taken up seriously, across the street at some point, certainly I hope in my tenure on the board. In any event, the items before us, H and I think are pretty straightforward and relatively simple. And I think as a matter of policy, the board agrees that the way to go forward is, with a passing score in both 5164 and 5165 tests as recommended by ETS. And, we put this off in order to give the superintendent time to look at it. I'm grateful that you took the time to look at it. We have the recommendation to adopt those. So I will ask, is there a motion to adopt item H?
So moved.
With a cut score of 157. Thank you, Dr. Duran. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item I, is there a motion to adopt the cut score 159? Dr. Johnson, make sure I got the right numbers, which is the ETS. That's right. Is it 157 and 159? I just want to be 100%
Yes.
sure. That's what I wrote down, but great. Okay. Is there a motion? 159 for item I.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Holton. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Yeah, we'll have 2 seconds on that one. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. That one carries also. I think it's 11. We've been here 2 hours. We're going to take a 10-minute break if that's okay with everybody, and we'll be back at 11:10. Going to call the meeting back to order. And where's, I guess, Dr. Johnson? Items J, K, L, and M.
Okay, let me get all my pieces of paper. Just a second. Greetings again.
Welcome
President
back.
Gecker, Vice President Mann. I'll be before you again. I would request that I be able to present the items K and J simultaneously. I will do my best to make this clear for you because again, the methodology is very similar in the process. And so, excuse me, I highlight again that our background information. Currently, the board requires the following assessments for initial licensure: the VCLA, or the Virginia Communication and Literacy Assessment, Praxis Subject Assessments, and Reading for Virginia Educators, or the RVE, for specific endorsements. And specifically related to K, item K, the board prescribes subject assessments as a professional teacher's assessment requirement for initial licensure in Virginia. In addition, the reading for Virginia educators, or what we have called the elementary and special ed, RVE, is required for individuals seeking initial license in the following areas or endorsements: early primary education, pre-K through 3, elementary education, pre-K through 6, special education general curriculum, special education hearing impairment, and special ed visual impairment. The new praxis teaching reading for elementary 5205 test will replace the reading for Virginia educators, or the RVE, elementary and special education 5306 tests. The praxis reading elementary test focuses on knowledge and skills a beginning teacher must have to support reading and writing development in kindergarten through 6th grade. Built to assess the science of reading, the test is structured around 5 essential components of effective reading instruction as identified by the National Reading Panel: phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary frequency, and comprehension. The test also assesses the relationship between reading skills and writing, sets the relationship between those two. Specifically for item J, I want to highlight the current Board of Education prescribes assessment for reading specialist is the reading for Virginia educators, the RVE, for reading specialists, test 5304. The new praxis reading specialist 5302 test will replace the reading for Virginia educators, RVE, the reading specialist 5304 test. The praxis reading specialist 5304 is intended primarily for persons who have advanced academic preparation and/or who have considered or are being considered for supervisory or instructional positions around or related to teaching and reading instruction in grades K through 12. The test is appropriate for candidates for advanced preparation, for example, a master's degree or master's level coursework, who have specialized responsibilities related to teaching of reading at any level, again, from K-12. It is also appropriate for individuals who wish to consider for supervisory positions, such as reading clinicians, consultants, supervisors, specialists, coaches, coordinators, for more than teaching of developmental reading in a regular class setting. Again, related to item J, the content of the test is based largely on the 2017 standards for the preparation of literacy professionals created by the International Literacy Association and reorganized around the domains to highlight the big 5 components of literacy as defined by the National Reading Panel. Additionally, the test has been updated to reflect current research and terminology related to the science of reading. I will highlight here that the 2 reading assessments before you are those that will address the stipulation contained in the new Virginia Literacy Act for the rigorous test or assessment of science-based reading, research, and evidence-based literacy instruction for initial or alternate routes. As is customary, between February 19 and January 20th, multi-state standard setting studies were developed and conducted by ETS around both of the assessments before you today. Virginia did not participate in the multi-state standard due to staff hire and transition. Instead, ETS facilitated a panel discussion with 6 Virginia educators that mirrored the state multi-state standard process methodology and procedures. As detailed summaries that you have before you include the multi-state standard setting technical report, for teaching reading elementary 5205, and Texas reading specialist 5302 are included, as well as the Virginia report from the panels. As you are aware, the technical report contains the 3 sections describing the content, the standard setting process, the methodology, and the 3rd section, the results of the standard setting study. You have before you the chart that represents the estimated conditional standard of error around the recommendation from those studies. And on November the 21st of 21, information regarding the multi-state standard setting presentation, was presented to ABTEL with the advisory board by David Dickerman, the reading specialist, and Malik McKinley from ETS. The ETS presentation also is included for your reference. As relates to item J, the advisory board reviewed the multi-state standard setting report and agreed with the passing score, and now recommends that the board approve the passing score of 73 out of a possible 107 raw score for the Praxis Reading Specialist 5302 test. The scale score associated with the raw score of 73 is 165 on a 100 to 200 scale. The recommendation of ABTEL is based on the supporting evidence from the multi-state standard setting process and evidence from the Virginia panel's study outcome. As relates to item K, the advisory members reviewed the standard setting report and again agreed with the passing score from the multi-state standard setting study, and now recommend that the board approve the passing score of 67 out of possible 107 raw score points for the Praxis Teaching Reading, or the elementary 5205 tests. The scale score associated with the raw score is 67, is out of 159 on the 100 to 200 scale. And recommendation from the state superintendent for item K, the superintendent of public instruction recommends that the board receive for first review the recommendation of the advisory board of teacher education and licensure to establish a cut score of 159 for the Praxis Teaching Reading Elementary 5205 tests. And for item J, the superintendent of public instruction recommends that the board receive for first review the recommendation of the advisory board to establish a cut score of 165 for the Praxis Reading Specialist test. I'm available for questions at this time.
Great, thank you. So are there any questions, items J or K? Ms. Holton?
Recognizing this is on first review, right?
Right.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I just want to make sure that we're aligned with everything we heard yesterday, and I do see that the Praxis revision is fully incorporating the National Reading Panel's emphasis on the 5 content areas that we heard about yesterday. But if I understood correctly, Mississippi is using a different assessment. Then is that in addition to the Praxis, or is that instead of the Praxis? And is that something we're thinking about in the long run? And does this effort, approving a cut score for the Praxis, is this an interim measure moving us towards, for both reading specialists and elementary reading, something more aligned with the professional development we're going to be doing around literacy? Or are we able to speak to that yet? Is it just premature?
Mr. President, through you. Ms. Holden, did you read my notes from yesterday? Because that's exactly what I wrote down. I heard the same thing from Mississippi, that they have perhaps an additional assessment for teachers that is specific to the science of reading for K through 2 teachers. This will encompass and is aligned with the science of reading. We've checked that, but it is a little more broad. And so that is something that we should certainly continue to discuss, and perhaps staff has some additional insight onto that. But I would like to continue having that discussion about what other measures do our earliest learners need to see in their, hang on, let me rephrase that. Our K through 2 teachers, what else do they need to know to be effective in the classroom?
And it may be that the answer on this is that we need to, we're using the praxis, we got to have a cut score for the praxis, so let's get that right.
And
But
the test
as
has
we,
changed. The test have changed.
well, and the test has changed, and is it partly to accommodate this
That's
science of
correct.
reading
That's
evidence?
correct.
Okay, good, good. So this is a step in the right direction, whether it's the ultimate step or whether there's something additional or alternative that we should do eventually as part of the literacy plan. That's a future question, but this is a step in the right direction.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? If not, we are happy to accept items J and K on first review. L and M?
L. Again, for first review, the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure recommends to approve new education endorsement programs. As you're aware, the regulations governing the review and approval of education programs in Virginia require that the Virginia Board of Education approve requests for Virginia institutions of higher ed to add new endorsements programs. Requests for those new programs must be submitted annually to our department by March 31st. The Virginia Department of Education staff, especially, we want to give acknowledgement of our specialists in the Learning and Innovation Department, as well as our staff in Teaching Ed and Licensure, have verified program endorsement competencies through the review of course descriptions, syllabi, as well as any other supporting documents, including clinical or supervised class instructions, in alignment with the regulatory criteria. A review of the request of new endorsement program applications submitted by the institutions, evidence, written documentation of school division demand data, institutional and school division support, as well as partnership and collaboration based on pre-K through 12 school needs. On January 31st, 2022, ABTEL recommend that the board grant approval of the new endorsement programs listed in the item. I'll just highlight them. From Bridgewater College, an add-on in journalism at the undergrad level, Liberty University, engineering at the graduate level, Randolph College, computer science, visual arts, and history and social science at the graduate level, University of Richmond, foreign language, French, German, Latin, Spanish, all at the graduate level, Virginia State University, visual arts, pre-K through 12 at the undergrad, and Virginia Tech, career and technical, education and agricultural education, English, mathematics, history, and social science, all at the undergrad level. And at this time, in conclusion, I will provide the Superintendent of Public Instruction's recommendation that the board waive first review and approve ABTEL's recommendation to approve new education endorsement programs. I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions? Can I just ask, what's the reason to waive first review here?
Precedent generally has been established that there will be no other additional information, I guess, that could be provided.
I guess, is there a need to do it today for a reason?
Well,
it's the policy of the board typically to have these items presented publicly because potentially sometimes folks from the public comment in the intervening month.
Sure. As we have highlighted, because of some of the change in staff and the time that it takes to review these, we are quite far behind, to be honest with you, in the review of these new endorsements. Many of them were submitted, well, all of them were submitted in 2021. And the universities, as well as their administrators, are quite concerned that it has taken us this long to review the programs. And there has been precedent that generally the approval process is taken on first review. But it's the will of the board.
I will note that it was publicly noticed for today. I don't remember, did your agenda item indicate that you were going to ask to waive first review?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that
the
was the
public was on notice
recommendation.
of that potential today.
Mr. President, during my briefing on this particular agenda item, I asked multiple questions about the vetting and review process leading up to this, and also asked the question about that you asked, why would we waive first review, for the same reasons, and made my recommendation based on assurances that this has been thoroughly vetted by other groups, and there has been an opportunity for the public to weigh in on these issues in other venues. However, we are happy to go
Yeah,
a different route.
I'm just asking because
Okay.
I want to understand, how much, when we say other vetting, what stakeholder groups were involved with this, if any?
Well, the application
Yeah.
from the EPPs require them to submit partnership documentation with various school divisions and other agencies, as well as letters of support by potentially a president or a dean of the institution. Those are collected in support of the needs and shortages that are driving the divisions. And then that information is reviewed by our department in terms of alignment with regulations. And then it's also vetted with the content specialists for the various endorsements that are part of our innovation and learning team, often reviewing, aligning it with the regulation competencies required, as well as any other updates that may be required from the VDOE in terms of guidance and content. And then the back and forth is also there between the institution to clarify any questions or concerns until the specialists are satisfied that the content endorsement outlined in the regulations are met. And then, as you know, there are biannual reviews of the programs, as well as a 7-year review of the programs for accreditation.
All right, so will the board issue, so what people want to do? I'm certainly not going to stand in the way of doing this today if that's the will of the board.
I would make a motion to waive first review. We haven't done it before, and I think the comprehensive review that was described and the deeper dive to make sure that we had all this information, and the fact I do know from universities wanting to get this quickly so they can prepare for these programs. So it was listed, as Ms. Holton said, to the public as waiving first review. So it's not something we're deciding right now without public
I will
comment.
say,
So I would make a motion.
everything we do is listed for the public, and yet often we say, because of the content area, we want to give, following presentation, the board presentation, the public time to respond. I mean, I understand that argument, and like I said, this is not one that I think I'll live to regret. At least I hope I don't. But I appreciate the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Any opposed? All right, that carries. Dr. Johnson.
Sure. I bring before you first review of amendments to the licensure regulations for school personnel to comport with American Sign Language national certification that's on a fast track action. Currently, the licensure regulations for school personnel provide requirements for individuals seeking an endorsement for foreign language, pre-K through 12, and in American Sign Language, or ASL. The prescribed certifications for the endorsement that are issued by national organizations are not currently in the regulations for our state, and therefore individuals who apply for the American Sign Language certificate do not have the proper certifications to satisfy such requirements. The American Sign Language Teacher Association has changed the names and structures of their certifications, as has the Registry of Interpreters of the Deaf. In addition, the Register of Interpretations for the Deaf have also incorporated the National Association for the Deaf certificates, because the National Association for the Deaf no longer issues the certificates. Amendments to the regulations are required to update the certificate in accordance with the national organization changes in their issuing of certificates. Specifically, these updates are highlighted in your agenda item today and align with the national organizational requirements. You'll notice the proposed amendment strikes the language of the older certificates and reflects the historical changes in the organization and certificates, while keeping in the same high standard of certifications required for the AS endorsement. Again, the amendments will follow the fast-track rulemaking requirements of Administrative Processes Act. And you'll note that on January 31st of 22, ABTEL reviewed the proposed modifications and recommended that the Board of Education approve amendments to the licensure regulations for school personnel to compart with the American Sign Language National Certificates. And in conclusion, the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education receive for first review the recommendations of the Advisory Board to amend the licensure regulations for school personnel to reflect changes with the American Sign Language National Certificate. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
I do, sir. Dr. Johnson, forgive me for missing it in the literature, but could you please help me to understand the different levels of an interpreter and how that applies to this fast track?
Sure. And again, I'm not an expert, but if you take a look on the changes that we're making to the regulations, they have changed. Let me find what item it is. So under, I guess it's small a, under 2A1, notice they are removing the valid, provisional, qualified, and professional certificates and issuing just one American Sign Language Teacher Association credential. And you'll
So
note
moving the three levels and just making it one.
that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Anybody else? Dr. Mann.
The primary purpose is to make sure our regs align with what these entities are doing that essentially issue certification in American Sign Language, because we're not.
In compliance at this time.
Thanks.
Okay. If that's it, then the board will happily accept this on first review. Item N, first review of alternative accreditation plans. Good morning.
Good morning.
In this meeting till the rain stops, so take your time.
Good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, and Superintendent Balo. My name is Amy Siepka, and I am the Director of Accountability. I am presenting you information on the alternative accreditation plans that were submitted for your review by 8 schools representing 4 divisions. In January 2020, after the final review of alternative accreditation plans submitted at that time, the board requested that VDOE ensure that future alternative accreditation plans aligned with the new 2017 accreditation model. At the board's request, a working committee of Virginia Department of Education staff members outlined new guidelines for schools. At the November 21 board work session, Shelley Lovenreiter and I discussed a realignment of the alternative accreditation plans and sought the board's guidance to ensure that the realignment efforts met your expectations. The plans submitted today reflect the realignment discussed at that meeting. As a reminder, the legislative authority that grants schools permission to seek approval of an alternative accreditation plan is in the Standards of Accreditation, which states in part that special purpose schools may seek approval of an alternative accreditation plan from the board, and that such schools would be evaluated on standards appropriate to the programs offered in that school. The SOA guidance document provides the language that the request for consideration for an alternative accreditation plan must be accompanied by information that documents the need for approval of the request. The plans presented for your review today have supporting information and data that each school leadership team has determined substantiates their need for an alternative accreditation plan. Begin discussion of the process or the new guidance surrounding the alternative accreditation plans, I would like to provide a quick refresher on our current accreditation model. So that when I present the new guidance, you can look at the alternative accreditation plans, they can be placed into context. So there are 9 indicators in our current accreditation model. The college, career, and civic readiness indicator won't be active until the 23-24 accreditation year. Each of those indicators is assigned a performance level, either a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3. And the combination of those performance levels determine a school's accreditation ratings. If all of the indicators are a level 1 or a level 2, a school is accredited. If at least one of the indicators is a level 3, the school is accredited with condition. If a school fails to adopt or fully implement corrective action plans to address level 3 indicators, they would become accreditation denied. Another thing that I just want to quickly explain is how the benchmark with a current year or a cumulative 3-year rate, the best of one of those rates, or the school's performance rate is in the level range, and the school shows sufficient improvement from the previous year. To get a level 2, the school is near the state benchmark by having a current or cumulative 3-year rate in a specified range that's close to the benchmark, or the school's performance rate is in the level 3 range and shows sufficient improvement from the previous year. And a level 3 is if the school is well below the state standard and does not meet the criteria of a level 1 or a level 2. With that background information, I will move forward into the alternative accreditation process and the new guidelines. There are 4 divisions who presented plans for you today: Arlington County, Chesterfield County, Fairfax County, and Loudoun County. All of the schools listed, except for Kilmer Center and Key Center, are alternative education schools that service students who are having or have had difficulties in the past completing high school graduation requirements. These students often have interrupted education, maybe English learners who have entered school for the first time, and generally are students who have had difficult life circumstances that negatively impacted their progress towards graduation. Kilmer Center and Key Center serve special education students, some of whom are medically fragile. Regarding the process for submission, approval, and implementation of the alternative accreditation plans, the first part of the process involves all of the steps taken to communicate with local school divisions regarding the opportunity to apply for alternative accreditation, providing information to schools on what's allowable under the new guidance, reviewing school plans, providing feedback, and the school's eventual submission of the plan to VDOE for presentation to the board. The second part of the process is the review of the plans by the board. And the last part of the process, for those that have been approved, is applying the alternative accreditation plans to the school data to determine a school's accreditation status. It should be noted that the alternative accreditation plans are not an all or nothing document. Alternative measures are only used when the school does not meet a level 1 or a level 2 performance for an indicator. And specific details surrounding all of the steps taken from beginning to end are in an attachment to the board agenda item document. The next few slides outline the central established guidelines that were adopted based on committee discussions. I will just very briefly review them to refamiliarize you with the information. The alternative accreditation plans must use established benchmarks for the performance levels as the state model. So for instance, the level 1 benchmark for English is a performance rate greater than or equal to 75%. So that must be the same benchmark in the alternative accreditation plans as it is in the state. I previously mentioned sufficient improvement when I was describing the performance levels. Under the state model, demonstrating sufficient improvement can be used in conjunction with certain rate requirements to earn a level 1 or a level 2 rating. Schools using an alternative calculation can amend the rates that are used to show improvement. For instance, changing an improvement rate from 10% that is used under the state model to perhaps 5%, but sufficient improvement cannot be removed from the performance level determinations altogether. The next criteria pertains to what is referred to as the floor for the achievement indicators. Under state accreditation calculations, a school must earn at least a 50% pass rate along with showing sufficient improvement to earn a level 2 rating. In the alternative accreditation models, school must also maintain a floor, but that floor can be amended, say perhaps to 45% if they have data that supports using a lower percentage. In addition, under our state accreditation model, the best of a current or cumulative 3-year rate is used to determine a performance level. The guidelines for alternative accreditation plans state that schools can use more than 3 years to calculate a multi-year rate. For example, they may use 4 years, but schools cannot discount any data by using a best of scenario. So for example, a school cannot use the best of the last 4 years to calculate a 3-year rate. In these alternative accreditation plans, all previous consecutive year data must be used in the multi-year rate without any exclusions. The guidelines on this slide indicate that schools using an alternative measure for achievement must still use the state assessments, though flexibility has been allowed to allow schools to use scores in the locally awarded verified credit range in the performance rate. The second bullet on the slide indicates that schools are to track chronic absenteeism as per their division's policy and state guidelines. Schools in their alternative accreditation plans are allowed to count days that students were physically not in the building but were engaged in learning as long as it is part of their division policy. This parallels guidance that's in place now at the state level for schools as they address students who are in quarantine and receiving instruction. Another guideline is that the CCC calculations, the College Career and Civic Readiness Indicator calculations must remain consistent with the state accreditation model. But again, there are some flexibilities allowed under this indicator. Many of the students in the alternative schools carry 20 plus work hours a week to either support themselves or family members. So schools were allowed to weave these experiences into instruction and count them within the indicator. And last, under the new model, the new alternative accreditation models included to the greatest extent possible in all performance rates. But again, because of the nature of the school and the population that's in attendance, there is flexibility to allow the exclusion of some students from the dropout, graduation, or chronic absenteeism rates. Most of these allowances are granted for students who enter the school for the first time after compulsory attendance age and are therefore not required to come to school, but do. There's also flexibility allowed for students who have been incarcerated. In addition, when you review the plans, you may see that a school included another measure in their plan that was not part of the state accreditation model. This is allowable under the SOA. Other indicators would be used if a school would like to showcase student outcomes based on school specific programs or efforts. And I believe 2 of the plans that you will be reviewing have utilized this option. And lastly, when you review the plans, you will see descriptions of the school and characteristics of the school's population. You'll see the rationales and historical data that supports the need for an alternative accreditation plan, and a clearly explained methodology along with a sample calculation. Superintendent Balo is in support of the board receiving these plans for a first review. And at the next board meeting in April, these plans will be presented for a final review. We can have school representatives available at the next meeting to answer any specific questions you may have about their plans. And are there any questions that either Shelley or I can answer at this time?
Any questions by board members? Ms. Holton?
Not a question, but a comment. First, welcome back. I think this was your first time appearing before us in this, back at the department. I'd like you to go back to the reviewed the accreditation standards back towards the beginning, and I just want to suggest a proposed correction. I'm sure this is simply an oversight.
Oh, I'm
but,
sorry.
The level 3 red accreditation is my incorrect understanding of our new accreditation model, as I understand it. So either I'm wrong or the slide's wrong, but we were very clear that you don't, level 3 indicates significant deficiency that needs to be addressed and has various consequences, but it's not an accreditation denied consequence. We are very clear in the current accreditation standards that a school is not accreditation denied unless it either fails to adopt a corrective action plan or, having adopted a corrective action plan, fails to follow it, and then the Board of Education specifically votes on a recommendation from the department. And I think that's a really crucial change in the accreditation standards, and hence I pointed out.
The intent on this wasn't to look at that going across. A school is accredited with conditions when they just have one or more level 3 ratings. And again, accreditation is denied is exactly what you just stated. So yes, the level 3 indicator, once they have more than one or more, they are accredited.
So I must have misunderstood. I thought I heard your interpretation translating level 3 to accreditation.
no,
Thank
ma'am.
you for that clarification.
Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just thank you, and it's wonderful to see you in person. And just underscore, the COVID-19 is a 1 year only. And if there needs to be an additional addendum that's longer term, it will be after 1 year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness put into that. I think it's really important that we don't base policy on what's happening today or what was happening 3 years ago, but that we leave enough of a door open to define what that needs to look like in the future. And so thank you for just carefully thinking about that and inserting that. And I really just want to underscore that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Dr. Duran?
Just to note that when this is brought for final review, if we can please remove the last position from Arlington County so that I can recuse myself and vote separately on the others.
Okay.
For 2.
Okay, any other questions?
No, I just really, Mr. President, I really appreciate this process and the work that has gone into really trying to focus on how we address these issues from an accreditation perspective, and just seeing the very detailed data that comes with these plans that really help give insight to the board around how these districts have really carefully considered what's coming before us. I mean, it reflects well on the great work that happened under our board members' charge as we looked at accreditation. So it's just great to see this come forward in this way. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for really very complete, comprehensive presentation.
Okay.
Just ask, is there anything here that we could use to respond, for example, to Dr. Siebert's comments this morning regarding the definition of chronic absenteeism and his concerns that we have a lot of kids in quarantine just in the overall population? Would the concepts embodied here, for example, the meaningful engagement concept, be an appropriate way, if the board wanted to? I'm not suggesting this is an answer, I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. If we decided to expand for accreditation accreditation, would meaningful engagement as an example be something that we could look at in the overall system for a period of time while we're going through the COVID stuff?
Well,
You don't need to have an, you know.
well,
an answer to that,
no,
but-
I can, so there has been guidance that was given out through the superintendent's memo that basically stated that if students were out on quarantine or were out because of illness, that if the schools were providing learning for the students on those days, that they could be counted as present. So that guidance has been given. I don't know how much that guidance has been implemented with fidelity in the field for just a variety of reasons. I think at this point, it might be a little bit difficult to go back and kind of look at records if schools weren't tracking the way they should have been, but that is certainly something that we can discuss.
Thank you. I appreciate, by the way, that you cited and linked to that superintendent's memo that allowed that guidance or that provided that guidance to the field. And, you know, perhaps, you know, in discussions with Dr. Siebert, there may be some reference back to this and asking, really, didn't this cover it? Or do we really need to do more? Or is he looking for the 22-23 year instead of the 21-22 year that this particular memo covers? So anyway, with all that having been said, I think that's it for comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will accept that happily on first review. Item O.
That's me again.
Yes. You're not quite up to Dr. Johnson level of repetition here, but maybe next meeting we'll keep you longer.
All right, this second presentation is on the COVID-19 addendum to Virginia's consolidated state plan. As you are aware, each state is required to have a consolidated state plan that provides all stakeholders with quality, transparent information about how the Every Student Succeeds Act is implemented in their state. As a result of the interruptions caused by the recent pandemic, USC provided a streamlined process for state educational agencies to propose modifications to their consolidated state plans as they implement accountability requirements in 22-23, which is based on the school year's data. USCD provided a COVID-19 template that allows SEAs to select the flexibilities from a list that are appropriate for the state based on the interruptions to Virginia's federal accountability model over the past several years. The modifications proposed in the addendum are to be temporary for 1 year. And this addendum was posted for public comment from February 11th through March 11th. There was a committee of practitioners meeting, and the committee of practitioners is a committee that's mandated by federal statute and whose responsibility it is to advise the state in carrying out its responsibilities under Title I. That committee met to discuss the proposed COVID-19 addendum on February 23rd. And by and large, the public comments and the committee of practitioners were supportive of the modifications in the addendum, but there were changes to the original proposal as a result of the committee of practitioners' recommendations. And as a reminder, the federal accountability model uses different indicators than the state accreditation model. The federal accountability indicators are academic achievement, math and science, participation in reading, math and science, growth in reading and math, chronic absenteeism, English learner progress index. For some of these indicators, there's a measure of interim progress. A lot of times they're referred to as targets, and there are targets for each year currently through accountability year 24-25. And these targets bring schools towards a long-term goal. The indicators which have targets, not all of them do, but the ones that do have targets are academic achievement in reading and math, Participation in reading and math, though this target is the same every year, it's 95%. It does not change. Chronic absenteeism, the Federal Graduation Index, and English learner progress. So each of those have measures of interim progress. On the slide is a screenshot that was taken from the VDOE website where the state measures of interim progress are posted. So the first proposal in the addendum is to move the current state measures of interim progress forward by 2 years for the indicators that have them. So this would take the targets that were in place in the 2020-2021 accountability year, when accountability was first waived, and shift them forward to accountability year 22-23, which is based on this year's data. All the other targets would shift forward as well, placing that last target year out to accountability year 26-27. And as you are aware, many students' learning has been impacted by school closures, illness, quarantine, and virtual schooling. So a shift in these targets was supported by public comment and by the Committee of Practitioners. Before I go into the remaining proposals in the addendum, it's important to define the support status of some schools in the Commonwealth because the remaining proposals pertain to identification and exit of schools in and out of support. So I first want to define what a comprehensive support and improvement school is. It's a CSI school, is how it's referenced, and a CSI school are the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools. They're identified using a specific set of criteria, and the data that's used is the data reported for the all students group. CSI schools also include any Title I or non-Title I high school in a state with a federal graduation index less than 67%. In addition, any Title I schools that were previously identified as an additional targeted and support and improvement school, and that school didn't meet the statewide exit criteria within 3 years, those schools are moved into CSI status. We do identify CSI schools every 3 years, and we currently have 39 schools that are in CSI status. A targeted support and improvement school is any Title I or non-Title I school with one or more student groups that meet the state's definition of consistently underperforming. TSI schools are identified every year, and we currently have 9 schools in TSI status. And then our additional targeted support and improvement schools are a subset of the TSI schools. And these schools can be Title I or non-Title I schools with one or more student groups that are performing at a level that is comparable to schools in CSI status. These schools are identified every 3 years, and we currently have 38 schools identified for ATSI. All right, we are going to review the remainder of the modifications. These modifications, again, apply to how we identify schools for support or how we exit schools from support status. And just for information, we'll be identifying and exiting schools from support in fall 2022 based on this year's data. So schools will be based on this data. The second proposed modification to the addendum is to change the methodology of how we identify schools in fall 22 for CSI and TSI. The funnels on this slide show the steps currently used to identify schools for CSI or TSI. The CSI funnel is on the left and the TSI funnel is on the right. The schools that meet the criteria at each step and do not get removed from those funnels are the schools that are identified for support. It is really not necessary right now to really go through all the nuances of the identification process, but I do want to focus on that third step of the process that uses chronic absenteeism and accreditation as a litmus to remove schools from that funnel. So in our consolidated state plan, for schools that have made it through step 2 and are still in the funnel, the outcome of the third step is this. If a school meets the chronic absenteeism measure of interim progress and or is accredited, the school is removed from the funnel. So if it meets the chronic absenteeism measure of interim progress and or is accredited, it's removed from the funnel. If a school does not meet the measure of interim progress for chronic absenteeism and is also not accredited, then the school remains in the funnel. There is a likelihood this year that there are going to be more schools that don't meet the chronic absenteeism measure of interim progress than in the past. So therefore, there may not be many schools that would be removed from the funnel at step 3. So since the purpose of the federal school improvement identification process is to provide support to the schools that need it the most, a different methodology is needed for this 22-23 accountability year. So the proposed change to step 3 of the CSI funnel is on the slide. The consolidated state plan currently states of those schools identified in step 1 through 2, identify schools that did not meet the interim measure of progress for chronic absenteeism and have an SOA rating of accredited with conditions or accreditation denied. Identify a number equal to 5% of Title I schools for comprehensive support and improvement. The modified language states that of the schools identified in step 1 and 2, we would first identify schools that do not meet the requirements for being accredited using the most recent school year data. And then we would rank order these schools from least to greatest by chronic absenteeism, and then identify the number of schools that's equal to 5% of the Title I schools. So this method does two things. It captures the schools with the greatest absenteeism rates, and the clarification surrounding accreditation, the language is different, it ensures that the most recent school year data is what is used to determine the accreditation status of a school. The change in language for step 3 of the TSI funnel is a bit more complex because there are criteria that must be met over 2 consecutive years. However, the change is based on similar reasoning. Chronic absenteeism will be ranked for part of the process, and the accreditation status will be based on the most recent school year data. One additional caveat that was put in this step is to limit the number of schools that can be identified for TSI to be no more than 10% of the public schools in Virginia. This is in there to keep the number of identified schools in a range in which the DOE has the resources to serve and support them. The third proposed modification in the addendum involves CSI and ATSI schools. The proposal is to omit the 2 waived accountability years from the count of years that a school is in CSI or ATSI status. The reason for this modification is because the current consolidated state plan, If after 3 years a school remains in CSI or ATSI status, for CSI schools, they would have to go through more rigorous interventions, which it involves a memorandum of understanding. And for ATSI schools, if they didn't exit after those 3 years, the school would be required to enter into CSI status. So since schools could not exit during those waived accountability years, it seems reasonable not to count those years against a school when determining the time spent in a particular status. The result of this proposed modification is that all CSI schools and some ATSI schools that were on year 2 of identification prior to the pandemic will be on year 3 in 22-23 if they do not enter, if they don't exit in fall of 22 based on this year's data. And if these schools were not in fall of 23, they would at that point move to the next step in the support process. The next proposed modification, which is modification number 4, is directly tied to proposal number 3. As previously stated, schools who are in CSI, ATSI status after 3 years are moved towards additional interventions or placed again in CSI for those ATSI schools. In proposal number 3, we removed the waived accountability years from the count of years a school is considered to be in a particular status. And in proposal number 4, we're adding an additional year to the number of years that schools can be in CSI or ATSI status before being identified for that next step. This part of the proposal was not originally included in the addendum, but the Committee of Practitioners felt strongly that placing schools into additional interventions in fall of 23 for not exiting CSI or ATSI was placing those schools in a very difficult position. Since the past several years have been challenging for many schools and more so for the schools that are already the lowest performing, the committee requested a revision to the exit criteria timeline. The revision would provide an additional year for schools to meet the exit criteria, allowing a 4th year before moving to the next step in the process is what they requested, and that actually is already allowable under ESSA regulations, though in the past Virginia has we've not opted to use it. So again, this would be only for this one time and for a very specific cohort of schools. The result of this proposed support and then this is the last proposed modification, and that is to modify the exit criteria itself for CSI schools. And current consolidated state plan states that schools can exit when they show improvement in reading and math performance from the time they were first identified and when they're no longer in the bottom 5% of the lowest performing schools. The change for, again, fall 22 only, and the proposal is that all currently identified CSI schools can exit if they are no longer in the bottom 5% of the lowest performing schools based on 21-22 data. And post-COVID data to look for that improvement is not likely a valid comparison as those two data sets are being collected under very different circumstances, especially for schools. And as I stated earlier, we are required to identify a new list of CSI schools this fall, and this identification will give us a complete list of the lowest performing 5% of all schools. So this last slide just shows that we would not be changing our exit process except for this one time in fall 22. That is indicated by the red sentence that would be added to our current criteria. And that completes the proposed modifications. We are asking the board to waive first review and approve the proposed addendum so that we can begin the approval process with USED. Superintendent Balo has supported this request. I have Shelley Loving-Ryder and Dr. Lee Ortiz and Dr. Lisa Martin are also in the audience from the Office of School Quality. And if you have any questions, we can answer them at this time.
Members of the board, any questions? No. Ms. Holton.
So maybe I missed this, but I'm uncomfortable on this one waiving first review because it's such important changes and that I want us to make sure we have thorough input from our stakeholders, in particular the Superintendent Association and the School Board Association. We heard from Mr. Stewart today on the absenteeism issues. I'd like to hear, give them an opportunity to weigh in on these specific proposals. But what I may have missed is how much, did you say how much you've consulted with either Mr. Stewart in the group that he's talking about on absenteeism and or VAS or the FBA?
The committee of practitioners is just a variety of people
Gotcha.
from a lot of different
Okay.
organizations, and they did review the plan, and we talked thoroughly through it for a while.
And I appreciate that effort, and it may well be that you've landed, and I appreciate that you're trying to figure out how to balance conflicting interests in
Right.
this very, very difficult time, and specifically trying to address how chronic absenteeism should be treated differently for this 1 year. But I'm not comfortable waiving first review. I don't know what my colleagues will think, but based on the fact that this is so important, we want to make sure those stakeholder groups have an opportunity to help us make sure we get it right. So is there some deadline we're going to miss or something if we waive first review? If we don't waive?
Yeah, we are trying to get this to USED so that they can approve it before we can really do any of our reporting and out to school divisions, which starts in July.
Well, luckily we do meet again.
Yeah.
We don't meet every month, but luckily we
Right.
do meet again in April. So that would be my inclination, Mr. President, that we wait for further input, and they may not have any, and this may be all perfect, but there may be some tinkering. It's very complex, and I can't claim to understand the ins and outs the way the locals will.
So if I may, Mr. Yecker,
Please.
we did send this out via superintendent's memo as well. So the school divisions, have been aware of the addendum in addition to the 30-day public comment that we posted. Just to be clear, I think Dr. Siebert's concern is about chronic absenteeism as it relates to accreditation as opposed to our federal identification. And so I think we perhaps will come before you again in April with some discussions around chronic absenteeism as it relates to accreditation. As Amy indicated, our ability for flexibility under this particular addendum is somewhat restricted based on, what the USED allows us for flexibility.
And I will also say that with the public comment that was received, there was no comments on the absenteeism itself. There was 2 comments that related to the targets, that they wanted us to completely redo the targets instead of shifting them. But that isn't part of the options that were given to us under this COVID-19 addendum. So
Do you remember when the superintendent's memo went out?
Actually, I'm checking, it's dated February 11th. I'm just seeing you did cite it in your summary. So, and to division superintendent specifically referencing opportunity to comment on this matter. And you heard no comment back.
Heard no comment back. I will also say USED, I'm trying to remember the date that they were requesting that this get turned in. And
It was
may
in
be
early March,
it
so
was
like
in
the 3rd or
March.
the 4th.
Yeah.
so.
Mr. President, I did have a quick question. You referenced one comment or one of the recommendations that did get changed as a result of the input. I just wondered if there were other recommendations, if you could just give some insight to some other areas that may have surfaced where changes were requested.
Were not other areas where there was any concern with what we were doing. They were actually very supportive of all the changes. Just their concern surrounding the exit timeline, they just felt like school divisions needed grace to catch these students up. So that is where they were requesting that additional year to be in those support status before we move them on to, further action. But they felt very strongly about that, but they were just very supportive. They didn't have any other recommendations, such as that one I received from public comment that we couldn't do, but they were just in full support of what we were doing.
And one more thing, President Gecker, there is also an opportunity for an amendment to our plan, which is always available to states. So, should there be additional changes that we need to make, it can be done through that formal amendment process as opposed to the addendum that is being offered to states now.
I think we're actually at a point where we can seek a motion to waive first review and proceed forward. I think that's right, isn't it, Ms. Holton?
Yeah, I thank you for your clarification and for the fact that you sent this out to the soups over a month ago and heard no negative comment back. And my closest soup tells me he thinks the soups are okay with it. So I withdraw my concern.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay, so unless there are any other questions, is there a motion to waive first review and adopt item O? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Local soup. All in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sell.
Dossier of notes here.
Okay. If you can recap the assembly session, you're doing better than most of the local press. So we look forward to this.
Well, I must admit, I was a little optimistic when I named this presentation, and I don't know if we can truly call it a recap, as some of the work is still underway. So this is actually a bit more of a status update for you all, given that several of the bills are going into conference and will be carried into special session, the largest of which, or I guess the biggest discussion item being our budget, both the caboose budget and the new biennium budget for the 22-24 fiscal years. Oh, let's get started here. Before jumping in, I just wanted to provide kind of a quick snapshot of what General Assembly session looked like broadly, so not just for our folks here in education. We saw 3,143 bills and resolutions introduced during the 22 session, 1,767 of them being passed at the time of adjournment. That does leave 47 still pending, so those were those bills in conference. Here at the agency, we of course track closely all of those bills related to pre-K-12 education, and we had identified 250 bills that we were keeping an eye on. I will say a majority of these were directly related to pre-K-12 education, but of course that number does capture those things that are indirectly related or may have an indirect impact or even tangentially related. We want to make sure that we're keeping our finger on the pulse of anything that could impact us in the education space. Of those 250 bills, we had 68 pass as of March 12th, 3 pending which we will discuss more today. And that puts us at about a 27% pass rate. I think as we all expected, education was top of mind for our legislators this year, but we didn't always reach agreement on how to move forward with some of those topics. So only
Do
a
you have any
27%.
idea how many of those 67 are really aimed to improving student outcome?
Oh gosh, let me do the math for you and get back. And we might intuitively get to that number in the presentation as well. The themes and hot topics this year, I think, are probably what we largely all expected in the nature of the discussion during the election. Know what's happening with General Assembly and committee work on the off season. And then, of course, some of the conversations that we see reappear year over year from our General Assembly members. So I captured just a few up there. And again, I think probably none of them are particularly for anyone here. This was our first legislative session with Governor Youngkin in office. So after his inauguration, he did release a, let's turn that off so it's not distracting. He did release a day one legislative agenda, which included a number of initiatives related to education. So I did want to highlight those here for you. Not all of his bills fared as well as others. So these really touch on the ones that are either have passed the legislature or moving towards passing, assuming that those bills are in conference. So we'll touch on, again, just those that we will see work underway happening here in the coming months and years. The first two bills, or I guess sets of bills rather, fall under this heading of innovative schools. Hopefully I'm not being too presumptuous or mischaracterizing the agenda, but I think this was at the top of the list for Governor Youngkin and making sure that we're expanding access to our innovative schools in the Commonwealth. The first sets of bills, House Bill 346 from Delegate Davis and Senate Bill 598 from Senator Pillion, is expanding on something that we already have access to in the Commonwealth, which is our partnership laboratory schools. There we go, that's a mouthful. This really expands on the enabling legislation, and if you all are familiar with college partnership laboratory schools, as they are set out now in the code, they allow the Board of Education, so you all, to enter into partnerships with our institutions of higher education that have educator preparation programs to create a school that can provide some innovative options for students in the region, and of course create a pipeline and a space for teachers and their education preparation programs to get real hands-on experience and some new things in the classroom. As I noted, this would be an expansion of that model and allowing any institution of higher education to enter into that partnership. And I should say it's submitting an application to you all to be considered for entering into that partnership. And I think important and of note for this board is that bills do maintain that board review and partnership as an important and critical part of the college partner laboratory school model. Some of the things that these bills highlight, they do want the board or ask the board to give preferential treatment to college partnership laboratory schools that are proposing to serve our underserved communities and students, as well as those partnerships that would be with our historically Black colleges and universities. This is among the bills that is currently in conference. So this one does have a bit of an asterisk on it. It is in conference because there are still some differences between the House and Senate versions of the bill, primarily in terms of kind of the scope in which the application process is fleshed out and the ways in which local school divisions would be engaged both in the development of the laboratory school process as well as the fiscal components of that. So those are some of the pieces that they are still working out over at the legislature. The next item is House Bill 127, also from Delegate Davis, which is around our academic year governor schools and ensuring the admissions process is open to everyone and non-discriminatory in practice. The language evolved quite a bit over the course of the General Assembly session, and where they ultimately landed was really in line with the recent federal ruling around discriminatory practices and admission process. It does go a step further than just admissions to make sure that middle schools who are kind of considered pipelines for academic year governor schools are cooperating with one another. So students that would be eligible for applying to these governor schools have access to the same level of coursework, rigor, preparation. So they are queued up for success both in the admissions process and once enrolled at the academic year governor school. The next bill I will note is House Bill 938 from Delegate Robinson, which is really kind of a work group and stakeholder a bill to level set us in public education and to establish and be introspective about the goals of public education in the Commonwealth. This bill also went through a good degree of negotiation and a few different iterations. And where we landed in this final version of the bill, which did pass unanimously out of both chambers, was much broader than the original iteration. The introduced bill aligned largely with Executive Order 1. And this bill ultimately kind of took a step back to look broadly at the topics that were being addressed in Executive Order 1. One of the major points of negotiation and discussion of this particular bill was engagement with stakeholders. And so this final version, the past version of the bill, is very intentional to make sure that all public education stakeholders will be a part of the discussion and at the table as we reflect on these 6 topics here. General Assembly and issued from the Secretary of Education and Superintendent by number 1, 2021. Next is a bill related to parent engagement. Senate Bill 656, which is from Senator Donovan, will have the department taking a look and providing model policies related to the use of sexually explicit content and identifying that content, making sure parents are notified that that content is available in schools or potentially used as part of the instructional material or curriculum, and then providing an avenue for parents to elect for their child to receive an alternative curriculum or instructional program for that particular module or segment of instruction. This particular bill does live with the department. I know the board has seen similar tasks in the past, but this will be model policies issued by staff at the agency, taking into account, of course, the board's existing regulations and federal practice. And I will also note, based on discussions from the board in the past, that this bill does define sexually explicit content with a basis in the code. So it won't be establishing definitions here, but really just giving school divisions some tools and resources on how to set up those policies for addressing this type of content. In-person learning, this is a bill I'm sure you all have read about in the news. So Senate Bill 739 advanced very quickly through the General Assembly session and through the legislature, even jumping over chambers prior to crossover, which addressed the need for in-person learning for at least the minimum 180 days and 990 hours as required in statute. Of course, that doesn't necessarily preclude divisions from offering virtual and remote learning options, and in fact keeps intact legislation that passed in 2021 that allows for 10 remote learning days. And again, remote learning is still available above and beyond the 180 days and 990 hours, but that minimum baseline expectation must be offered in person. As part of the evolution of this bill, there was also a change to reflect the mask mandate and parental choice around mask in schools. So once this was sent up to the governor for signature and consideration, he recommended an amendment that would allow and provide with parents' choice for whether their student was masked while on school property. So in combination, this addressed both in-person learning and, of course, health mitigation strategies while receiving in-person learning. This bill was signed on February 16th, and because of its emergency enactment, did go into effect March 1, 2022. So we are currently operating under Senate Bill 739. I will also mention there was a House companion to that bill, so House Bill 1272 from Delegate Batten, which just didn't have quite the same pace, but is identical to Senate Bill 739. I will skip over this slide or move through it pretty quickly. I think we feel probably pretty adequately briefed on the literacy bill, but I'm happy to circle back to that if there's any additional questions about the components of the legislation, as well as those corresponding bills. And I guess I should actually quickly note for the literacy piece, if you are looking at Governor Youngkin's Day 1 legislative agenda, the literacy bill is actually not reflected on that list, but because of the importance and the bipartisan support that bill garnered, it did eventually become a governor's bill as part of the session. Another hot topic of discussion for us was school safety and discipline, with a few bills passing in this regard. The first, I guess, companion set, House Bill 4 from Delegate Wyatt and Senate Bill 36 from Senator Normant, responds to to some of the changes we saw from the 2020 legislator around when principals have the discretion to report certain misdemeanor offenses on school property. Accessible way to read that component or code and gives a clear direction for when principals do have discretion to report certain misdemeanor offenses and when it's required to report certain criminal offenses, regardless of that be misdemeanor or a felony offense. So there are a few carve outs there in terms of what type of offenses need to have notification for law enforcement. And one of this bill is also maintaining and reinforcing the parental notification piece when a child or student is subject to a criminal offense, that parents are made aware promptly and timely. House Bill 873 has our school resource officers serving on our threat assessment team. This did also go through a number of iterations. Originally, it would have required school divisions to staff a school resource officer, which we know are based on the product of cooperative agreements between our local law enforcement agencies and our local school boards. There was concern about the capacity of some school divisions to bring that level of staffing on at this space. So this bill is a reflection of local school boards' interest in hiring SROs as well as their capacity to do so, but making sure that there is still that level of collaboration and cooperation between local law enforcement and the local school boards as they think about their safety environments. And I think very much in that same vein, House Bill 1129 from Delegate Taylor and Senate Bill 600 from Senator Pillion also just really kind of reinforces that important collaboration and relationship between our local law enforcement agencies and our school divisions as we think about school safety. So making sure that chief law enforcement officers or their designees are active part of school safety audit processes. Additionally, there was legislation that supports our military families, specific to the provision of early child care services. House Bill 994 and Senate Bill 529 from Delegate Brewer and Senator Reeves, respectively, have the Board of Education taking a look at their regulations to make sure that we are providing access and ready access to our military families with regard to the child care subsidy program. This does look a little bit different than the introduced version of the bill as well, which would have required the board to take regulatory change or make a regulatory action. But to make sure that we are in compliance with the federal requirements around the child care subsidy program and meeting the goals and the intent of the legislation, this is a reflection and a chance for us to look at the feasibility of that and explore avenues for moving forward in the regulatory process. Those touch on all of the major items and pieces of legislation that align with Governor Youngkin's Day One legislative agenda, but I know that there was a lot of other activity over at the legislature that would be of interest to you all, so I wanted to highlight a few additional bills as well. I will try to keep this brief and move through these pretty quickly, so if I am clicking too quickly through the slides, we can always return, but want to be cognizant of your time since we've moved from the morning to the afternoon now. Two items I will quickly note regarding staffing. House Bill 829 recognizes the difficulties that some of our local school divisions are seeing with regard to hiring their school counselors, which is currently set at a ratio of 1 to 325. So this does give school divisions two pathways and flexibility for meeting the school counselor ratio, one of which is setting currently licensed practitioners either in the counseling space, social work space, or clinical or psychologist space to go on the path to becoming a school counselor and licensed via the Board of Education, but recognizing that may not have that credential initially and out of the gate. So they would be able to be hired as a provisional licensed individual and school counselor with the intent and the expectation that they are working towards full licensure in the school counselor space. And if they are meeting those credentials, would be counted towards that 1 to 325. Alternative local school divisions are able to annually contract with these alternative licensed health and behavioral associates to meet that position if they weren't able to get applicants to meet those vacancies. Senate Bill 490 also addresses staffing at our local school division level. This was originally full standards of quality bill, which did successfully make it out of the Senate's policy committee. But over the course of the legislature, so we saw some movement of the needle. This did get scaled back to address our school leadership. So this bill will require one elementary or one principal in each elementary school, which currently is set at a ratio of students, and one assistant principal for every 500 students at the middle and high school level. You all recall just a few months ago, this was among the board's SOQ prescriptions, which did recommend, again, an elementary school principal in every school and an assistant principal for at 1 to 400 students. So not a full implementation of that particular prescription, but a partial one. This is one of the items that is moving forward in special session, so still under discussion. The biggest part of that discussion, I believe, is the budget piece. There was a budget amendment reflecting the staffing requirement on the House side, so more work to be done to make sure that both budgets or the reconciled budget reflects that staffing. Next are assessments, and I will be honest, this bill has evolved quite a bit, and even since I put this presentation together, so this isn't a perfect encapsulation of what this first House Bill 585 from Delegate Van Ballenberg seeks to accomplish. And what this does is this is really kind of at the intersection of the conversation around moving towards the federal minimum in terms of testing, but making sure where that gap continues to exist and how we're testing and assessing, making sure students are receiving content, that there's state capacity and local capacity to ensure we still have that knowledge, data, and information available to us. So this will align with language that we've actually already proposed as part of the standards of accreditation language that moves us to the federal minimum at our high school level for our end of course assessments. For certain sets of tests, both at the high school level and the middle school level, it will eventually, assuming that money is appropriated for it, task the department with expanding those types of tests to include items that allow the student to apply knowledge and skills, which can include open-ended and long-form writing, among other tasks as part of the test. So I know we talk about performance-based assessments a lot in this forum as well as over at the General Assembly. It wanted to provide kind of a consistent understanding of what we mean when we talk about performance-based assessments, as well as marry that with the understanding that we need to make sure that we're testing for all content. So this, I guess, in some form, hopefully I'm not making up new vocabulary in the space, is a blended model that reflects both a multiple choice and content-based assessment as well as a performance-based assessment. So there's some real-time engagement there. House Bill 197 from Delegate Weber was originally meant to address the through-year growth assessments, which were recently passed from the General Assembly, recognizing that some school divisions had already built in and purchased their own growth assessment models. This evolved recognizing that it's meaningful and important for us to have a consistent look at our testing model to see how we might emulate and better learn from other and growth vendors or growth models to improve our testing system as we move forward with the implementation of the growth models. Related to our Board of Education, we have two bills that are tied directly to your work, and I would say all of it's tied directly to your work, but you might see the very real effects of these two bills. So House Bill 879 requires the Board of Education to include a member with experience in local government or policy making, one member with experience in career and technical education, and one member with experience in early childhood, which we do currently meet at the moment. And of course, recognizing the critical functions that the board plays. You all might recall in 2020, JLARC had issued a report on the operations of the Virginia Department of Education with two recommendations for membership of the Board of Education, one addressing kind of how we're divided geographically, as well as this membership component. The geographic piece had passed last session, and now the membership and credentials is part of the makeup of the board moving forward. Delegate Davis has also proposed the reinstatement of a student advisory board. As I understand it, this is something that had happened in years past, and this will have representatives from each of the 8 divisions or superintendent's regions or students being represented from each of the 8 superintendent's regions on on this advisory board, at which time they will be able to engage, discuss topics that's relevant to your discussions, as well as other things that they deem necessary, and would have an opportunity to bring a presentation to you all. In the early childhood space, House Bill 389 from Delegate Bilba. I won't spend too much time on this. This is an agency bill, but was really largely technical in nature, and doing some last cleanup work with respect to that transition of early childhood oversight from the Department of Social Services and Department of Education. So making sure that we tied up all of our loose ends there with nice pretty bows, and of course had the infrastructure in place to continue us moving forward with our shared vision for early childhood. Additionally, there was legislation around the access and administration of epinephrine, and universally supported, just expanding how we approach access and administration of epinephrine in the K-12 space to our early child care providers. In our special education space, we obviously saw a lot of activity in that space in the last session as a result of the JLERC study. Less so here, but still very important work happening with respect to our language acquisition and developmental milestones for our students who are deaf or hard of hearing. So this has the board and several other state agencies convening an advisory group to really establish and take a look and select what those language development milestones will look like for those students. Parents with resources for identification, supporting those students, and making sure that division and parents have assessment tools for that identification process. This is also translating into an annual reporting requirement for the department. So we were continuing to take a look at how students are performing with respect to their peers. I will breeze through this slide pretty quickly. I think probably the theme and takeaway for our teacher education and licensure bill are really streamlining our pathways to licensure and renewal of licensure, recognizing some extenuating circumstances for our military families who are often transitioning and moving from one state to another, the ongoing impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the opportunities that teachers have had to get professional development points and the credentials they need for license renewal, as well as the refugee crisis and all of the talented individuals that we have coming to the United States with strong educator credentials that don't have a clear pathway to licensure here. School construction was another big topic, top of mind for our legislators. We obviously were briefed and stayed on top of the work happening with the School Construction and Modernization Committee. And these bills are a result of that 63 and Senate Bill 473 are looking at set up for a new funding program is set aside in conference to work out what specifically the school construction program would look like. Varying kind of ideas for whether this would be based on LCI, whether it's the scale of loan or size of loan, and how grants might be administered in the process. But there is a shared understanding this would be a grant program as opposed to a loan to local school divisions to really support them in their school construction work. And as part of that larger universe, these bills do also have the Department of Education working with the Department of General Services to develop a maintenance tool practically. So school divisions have the data and the means to take a look at their current inventory of school buildings, better assess what they would need in terms of funding to maintain those buildings moving forward. So giving them a tool for their budgeting process. Lastly, I will touch on a few things related to the Appropriation Act, and I won't take too much longer here. This year, we did hear two bills or two versions of the bill, one being House Bill 29, the caboose budget, so closing out those last few years of this fiscal year 22, and the new biennium budget, which would carry into the 24 fiscal year. I will say very little has changed in the House Bill 29, the caboose budget, since the introduced version, with the exception of some potential compensation supplements, as well as increases in per pupil via the infrastructure and operations per pupil fund. But again, largely looks like the introduced caboose. Since that's still largely under discussion. I know it's a little bizarre to talk about the Appropriation Act without money or numbers, but I wanted to make sure that you all at least had a sense of the policy themes and discussions that are happening. House Bill 30, which is our biennium budget, you'll see quite a number of topics being addressed as part of the end use budget. Some of them, the technical updates, which we expect from most biennium budgets, hold harmlesses to reflect the ongoing impacts of the pandemic, as well as some of the expected changes we're going to see in the sales tax space, compensation supplements for our teachers, some new staffing requirements, ways to think about school construction, and then staffing internally for our Office of School Quality as we move towards a more regional model in that space. And I thought this last slide, I was brilliantly summarizing where we are on all of those conversations, but what I realized as I reread it is that all of those conversations are still underway. So everything that we talked about in the introduced budget is still very much a part of the discussion for our legislators as we work towards a reconciled budget. So there we have it, all of the 2022 session, and I'm happy to dig in on any of those individual bills with you.
Not a question. However, it is a comment that I'll end with. Don't you agree? But Dr. Sale did an amazing job this session. Thank you. It was reflected in the presentation and the informed presentation, and we just really, really appreciate your work. This was a busy session.
Indeed. I think, oh, Ms. Holton, I never should actually look this way. I just always right there.
Well, I will end with don't you agree as well, but don't you agree that the one thing we should add to yesterday's discussion of the Literacy Act, that in addition to Delegate Coiner's amazing work patroning it in the House and Senator Lucas's amazing work patroning it in the Senate, that Delegate Gecker deserves credit as a chief co-patron, having really been the originator of the idea that resulted in this great legislative work this year.
I'm
Don't you
happy to
agree?
have that reflected on the record here.
And carried it all the way. Okay. I think that's it. Thank
Wonderful.
you, Dr. Sale. You know, there may actually be some discussion. There may be some discussion on the written report. Would it be possible? Because I think there will be some discussion on the written report, and we've been sitting here for a while, and it would be good to be able to sit here a little while longer. Not too much longer, I promise, but just a little while longer. So we're going to take 5 minutes, and we'll be back at 5:00. Thanks, everybody, for hanging with us. Dr. Ortiz, I know that this was meant to be a written report, but there have been, if again I can get my errant children over here to stop chatting in the corner.
They're excited.
It was meant to be written, but there are some items that are, I think, of critical importance to the work of the board. One of the theories of the MOU is that, we're the state, we can help. And, I'd like, as we go through this, some commentary, and by the way, I think the work you're doing is excellent. So don't take, and I sit in on MOU calls, so I am in a position to judge what we're doing and how we're doing it. So don't take that comment as a negative, but I think it's important that the board as a whole understand what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing it, and frankly, the MOUs themselves. We have seen not disparities, but certainly different language and different MOUs. I remember for example, the MOU, the first one with Petersburg, I guess it wasn't really the first, but the first one with Dr. Newsom, which I guess was the 12th one with Petersburg, had very specific cooperation provisions in it with regard to the board, the relationship between the board and the superintendent. Can't help but read the local paper and see what's going on with a divided board here in the city. That is of concern because I think one of the things I've noted as we've been going through the MOU, the school improvement process, is that in order to get better, there needs to be some alignment between the board and the superintendent, and a real desire to make student improvement the goal, as opposed to whatever battles are going on at the adult level outside. I mean, certainly, I hope you would agree that in Petersburg, we saw that change in attitude at the board, and their leadership and their cooperation with the superintendent. The current superintendent has been excellent, and we've seen, despite the COVID backslide that everybody's experienced, some real progress in the administration of the Petersburg school system. As an example, I'm not going to pick on each of the schools, but if you don't mind, and I know I'm catching you a little bit cold, but if you don't mind just sort of commenting on where you think we are with the school improvement process, how we can help, what changes, if any, we ought to make to the MOUs, what common themes we see in the MOU jurisdictions. I'd be very appreciative of that. And I said that this goes to the core of the work forward, which is improving outcomes in those places where we need it the most.
Well, thank you, President Gecker. And yes, I did try to just slide in the written report for you all. And so don't mind, obviously, answering any questions related to the work that we do. And so, again, thank you for having me and members of the board and Superintendent Balo. And so really, honestly, it's a lot to unpack, President Gecker. I'll start with, we currently have that exists that says that the MOU should be reviewed annually and modifications made based on the evidence of progress, lack of progress, or identification of additional need. And so with a new state superintendent, in light of COVID-19, continued instruction, it is a good time to review and make some revisions to the MOUs. And so I would like to say first and foremost that we'd like to bring that to a work session. So if approved, then we can look at an April or May work session for review of the MOUs. But to answer your question, as far as progress that we've seen, the first MOU that we can go back to was 2004. We've had divisions that have come out of an MOU, back into an MOU. And so we really have worked over the last few years, but year and a half that I've been with the Office of School Quality to take a transformational approach and a divisions level approach. And so what's happening at the central office level that's impacting the principals, that's impacting the teachers, that's impacting the students. And then obviously now we're seeing more in line with the governance and school board relations and how that now is impacting or playing a larger role in what's happening affecting student outcomes. And so, President Gecker, I'll take any specific questions, but I'll say, is there a need for revisions of the MOUs and for us to take a look at them? Absolutely. Are there still challenges in the divisions that we're working with? Absolutely. Hoping the last time that we left in October, Ms. Holton had said, this is great. data, we need more. And so try to make sure that you all could see the comprehensive support that we are offering. It is sometimes a challenge to capture it outside of like quantitative data, to really see the qualitative piece, how we're pushing in with every chief in every one of our divisions with an MOU. And Amy Siptka, when she came forward earlier, she talked about the identification of those schools. And she said, well, how many can we serve and support? Well, there are 38 TSI, there are 39 ATSI. So in addition, the Office of School Quality works with 300 identified schools. 300 identified schools plus the 5 divisions with an MOU. And so we go into a lot more in building capacity. We've hired, we're built out our team. When I came on, we had a team of 12. We're up to 18 now. So with the support, obviously, we've been able to build out a little bit. Obviously, we want some continued support and growing. We identified consultants that have helped us to do some of that, feet on the street, they're there, boots on the ground in divisions. So there are, you mentioned, Petersburg's MOU is very specific. It has a school board governance piece because it was tied to when the superintendent was there. And so with the MOU right now, they are very different. We have some that exit criteria looks different. We'll have the review and approval of administrative personnel. That looks different depending on the division. New or modified instructional programming looks different based on the division. So obviously we push in and we use what support we can from the corrective action plan or CAP. But at the end of the day, if we can bring stability to the MOUs, it will be helpful in our work as well.
There's 2-1 provision I don't think you mentioned, but I may have just missed it as I was looking at the report. I think in the Richmond MOU, we have the ability to have a non-voting board member in 24, 25, maybe 25, 26. I don't remember if all schools aren't accredited. That's not a provision that flows through all of them either, I don't think. Is that right?
If I heard you correctly, you're asking about the one that will come into effect in.
Yes, yeah, it's not there yet, but it's a provision in the current MOU that essentially says that if schools aren't accredited by, I forget the date, it's either, like I said, 24, 25 or 25, 26, I just don't remember. Then we get to have a non-voting board member. I don't think that flows through all of our MOUs.
You are correct, sir. That is only included in the Richmond MOU, and it's something that we can definitely talk about.
Ms. Holton, I'm not even going to wait for you to say.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Well, I care deeply about this. I really think this is at the heart of one of the most important things we do that the department does, that the board does. And so thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for reminding me also that I asked for more data because I'm now going to change my tune. I read through the 133 pages on these 5 divisions, and I tell you what, I cannot find the forest for the trees. I really can't. And so I would love to have us have a work session, and I would love to have it emphasize the forest for the trees. And I hope that your work with the divisions, that while you're working on lots and lots of provisions of the MOUs, that you and the districts have, each district has, 3 to 5, no more than 5 key goals that they're working on. And what are those key goals and how are they progressing on them? And what's within their control and what's not? And so I'm just doing some back of the envelope calculations. One of the things I remember when we last heard from the Petersburg superintendent, and I think it may have been back when we were in person. I don't even remember how long ago it was, but we heard major work they were doing on staff, and in particular had large, having a hard time recruiting licensed teachers. So they had a program to recruit provisionals and trying to figure out how to train those provisionals up and get them licensed and keep them. I'd love to see an update on that. I'd love to see an update on staffing throughout, and my own, as I say, back of the envelope calculations, trying to put some of the numbers in the reports into context, which the reports really don't. They tell us the number of vacancies as of February 2022. Some numbers that look quite high, but I don't know how that compares to the number of teachers in the division, so I can't put it in context. But my back of the envelope calculation suggests some of these divisions have very high vacancy rates right now. However many months we are into the school year, they've got huge numbers Does that mean empty classrooms? Does that mean long-term subs? What does that mean? And it's just heartbreaking to think, and goes back to when I was more intimately involved in Petersburg, when we figured out that it's no surprise that kids aren't passing algebra. There's no algebra teacher. Are we still in that same mode in some of these divisions or in all of these divisions? And I also would be interested, so I'm talking too long as usual, but I would be interested in the through line. What are we seeing across our troubled divisions, and what can we learn as a board and as a state from those things? So if they are all having trouble filling positions, is that something that's within their control, or are those factors beyond their control that are consistent across our high poverty, our challenge districts? And is there more we as a state can do? So that be either the department or the board. But the staffing is one thing I know we have heard before. As I say, my perhaps totally wrong calculations suggest that it's a huge problem in a number of these divisions. Is it something they're not, and they're all saying, well, what are we doing about it? Well, we're going to do more job fairs, and we're going to recruit more, and we're going to put more advertising on our websites. Well, if that's, is that going to fix it? Or if you've got some of these, again, some of them have 8, 9, 10, one maybe I calculated as over 10%. That must be totally wrong. Vacancies, 10% vacancies as of 5-6 months into the school year. Please tell me that's wrong. But I would love to have a work session on it, and I would love to have big picture understandings of their biggest challenges and what we're doing about it. And are they making progress? Are they doing what they need to be doing? And the challenges are just beyond their control. Oh, and also, what are their strengths? What's getting better? It does look like, again, my rough calculations, some of them are doing really remarkably well on graduation rate under the circumstances. So,
and so Ms. Holton, I'll answer some of those
way
questions.
too many questions. And maybe the biggest is, can we do, agreeing with you that let's come back and do this in more detail later.
For sure. Just wanted to share the 5 areas that are broad areas for all 5 of our divisions within MOU. And the areas that you talked about, like kind of subtopics under there, like attrition and what's happening, how are they recruiting, things like that. But our 5 key areas are academics and student success, leadership and governance, operations and support services, human resource leadership, community relations, and communications. However, once we go in, each one of those divisions, so they have a division level review. Then obviously we're working with their team, and we're getting some more insight as to what areas are further along. Where are some, I don't want to call them easy wins because all of them take work, but where are some quick wins that we can capture and celebrate? And then where are some areas that are a longer road for you to travel? And so when you mentioned, one of the divisions that still has all of those vacancies, we're still working alongside that particular smaller division that are one of our divisions here in Region 1. This was the first year that they had not had anyone resign in December. And so they have not seen the attrition. So we work closely with them in their HR, but that's their, again, that personalized support. That's an area we really can get movement on, that we're going to focus in the HR area. We don't lose academics. That's always our first go-to. There are some other areas. If operations, if something is happening with school board and school board governance that's keeping you all from doing the work that's focused on students and student achievement, then we have more of a hand in that particular piece. So it truly is personalized. We meet with them with their essential actions, and we say, where are you on this long road? Are you in the initial stage? Are you in the full implementation stage? And then we just kind of meet them where they are. And again, it just speaks to building capacity, because when we step away, they have to continue doing the work. If the superintendent changes, the system is still there. The students are still there. So how do we continue to meet the needs or create a sustainable system, provide resources, that sort of thing. So definitely on board with coming back for the work session. So.
And thank you for emphasizing the positive too. So we, as part of understanding the forest and the tree, we want to understand when there's progress, when there's good news. We absolutely want to celebrate it. But I do ask that, let's try to be blunt and frank. And so, tell us when somebody is struggling on governance and somebody is succeeding on governance, even though that requires you to give your, it's not subjective, but your professional assessment of what's moving in the right direction and what's not. I'm going to hope to pin you down on that so that we can understand.
And you all mentioned some division, and Petersburg was one. Petersburg's board now they are actually going to VSBA training to be a model school board, a board to watch, where 5 or 6 years ago, that was not an area that we would want to watch and celebrate, right? And so, most recently in Richmond, we've had some conversations about governance manual. What can we do? We put back to policy a lot of time. What does your policy say? How can we help to support? Because we're supporting the memorandum of understanding has the superintendent, the board, so we hold the board accountable as well. And President Gecker mentioned the meetings that we attend for their biannual updates. So yes and no, there are areas I can speak specifically to when you're ready to have those conversations. So. Dr. Duran, did you have anything?
Just a kind of follow-up in a way, and also goes back to what you opened up with. You said that uniformity is one area of revision. What are some other areas, high level, that you could see that you would bring to us revisions, potentially just high buckets? I know we're going to talk about it later, but it coincides with what Ms. Holton's questions were, because I think if there was in my mind, but I want to hear from you directly, in my mind, if there was a revision of the MOU, some of the questions that Ms. Holton's asking would be a little bit more easy for us to understand as we read through them. So just any thoughts on that?
And so President Gecker had mentioned the possibility of having a member of the agency on the local school board. So that would be a piece if we were consider it, if that was something that the board wanted and Superintendent Belo wanted, then obviously we will put that forward as a revision. Right now, we know the turnover that's happening with superintendents. And while we want all of our superintendents to stay and begin and be supported, now, if there is a vacancy, they have 5 days to bring some divisions, not every MOU, bring those names forward to you all. How far do you all want to reach in that process? And not to you all, it actually would go to the president and then superintendent of instruction. And so again, those are pieces that are not uniform in any MOU. Even speaking to the exit criteria, which I know is a little further down the road, because obviously we don't want to talk about exit, we want to provide as much support. But we have some MOUs that are written where it's an exit as soon as all schools are accredited, where others have to sustain accreditation for 2 years. And so those are just some of the high level pieces that we need to look at. But flexibility is really in the cap. That's where we dig down in that identification of additional need, or hey, you all are successful here. We're not going to monitor that every other month. We're going to go to every 6 months, something along those lines. So.
Anybody else? Dr. Ortiz, thank you so much. Let me just say, I know you broke it down into 5 categories, and to break it just myself into 3. And I think it's important the board understand we don't have the ability to go. That is the students. We don't have the ability to hire. We don't have the ability to essentially take over operations of a division. The 3 I have, and I think they're really aligned with yours from what I've seen on over the couple of years. Number 1 is the goal of the department is to build administrative capacity. And if you remember in Petersburg, one of the first things that Dr. Newsom did was build staff around him for administrative capacity. And fortunately, that administrative capacity survived, right, the transition from Dr. Newsom to Dr. Petrie Martin. As an example. And if you disagree with this, go ahead. You are the professional. I'm just, a layman, trying to understand what I've seen over the last 4 years doing this. So, if we can build administrative capacity and have it stick, that will filter down, the theory is, through the jurisdiction, right? It will help build stronger building leadership and help, therefore, build stronger teachers to the extent and hopefully help the administration figure out how to hire sufficiently to meet your question about vacancies. Second is, frankly, and this is not everywhere, but we have seen cases where the school board itself is an impediment to progress. They don't interact well with the administration. They don't understand their roles well. There's internal dissension. And one of the things we insist on, and I think all the MOUs, is a board education piece through BSS, Virginia School Boards. Isn't that right? I think all of them have that.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And then the third area is, and it has amazed me to see how often this comes up, is just how to get the curriculum aligned with the standards. I mean, I'm sort of shocked every time I see a division whose purchased curriculum does not align with the Virginia standards, and then you wonder why we're not doing well against the Virginia standards. And so I think, and again, I know, You are more correct than I am in terms of your 5, but just from the layman's overview, those are the areas I think we've been able to focus on. That is, that's used inappropriately, that you and the department have been able to focus on to assist the jurisdictions to the extent we have. I mean, I remember Dr. Lane going down to, we'll use Petersburg one more time in a very positive way, walking into elementary school classes in different schools, and how happy he was that the same things were being taught at the same time. That is, that they had gotten education to the point where everybody understood what was supposed to be taught and how it was supposed to be taught, and there was uniformity within the division, which is something, frankly, that had not been there before. And, it's small things like that that begin to make a difference in terms of outcomes. But I think we ought to do a work session on school improvement. It is part, a large part of what we're about. Everything, even, not even Secretary Gadara mentioned, we need to be focused on those who aren't doing as well. And, that is, what OSI is all about. So thank you again. I'm sorry to hijack your written report and make you stand up. But it is something as we move forward through the year, and frankly for me through June of 23, it's something I think we need to start focusing on more. So thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? No.
I did want to leave and slide right on without understanding between you all and lunch.
Nope.
But when you talk about that curriculum as a third big bucket, and it obviously is covered under the big 5.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want to get ahead of one of our divisions, but Danville, if you look at their report and their data, speaks to the work that they have dug in to as far as curriculum revisions. And that has been, their new, that's a new superintendent a year or so.
Yep.
And so they really spent a lot of time on the curriculum. We sent a team down there from the agency, and if you look at their data, it is substantially different than the other divisions.
Yes.
And that's why, in a positive way. So.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate you. Thank you all.
All right. Last but not least, Ms. Holton.
Thank you, Ms. Gecker. I did notify the president that I have one thing I wanted to raise in our discussion of current issues, and that is the history standards upcoming. I have 2 books that I want to gift to you as Superintendent Balo, and ask that you perhaps share with our Christania Brown and others in the history world as we're working on the upcoming history standards revision. And both of these are point of personal privilege, if you'll forgive me. But one is Bill Robertson was a senior advisor in my dad's administration when he was governor of Virginia from 1970 to 74. He was the first African American in a senior leadership role in Virginia, and as a African American Republican, served the Commonwealth well in advancing the causes of ending segregation and helping move Virginia into the 20th century. And he passed away in the fall, but just this month, his memoir came out called Lifting Every Voice. And it's really he's a great storyteller, remarkable life and remarkable stories, and would be a great subject to be included in some fashion in the standards and or curriculum framework. It's a great read that would be perfect for middle school and or high school students. And therefore, I hand that book to you. The other one, also point of personal privilege, a little bit fatter, but my brother, Woody Holton, is a history prof at the University of South Carolina. And he came out with his latest book this fall, Liberty is Sweet, The Hidden History of the American Revolution. And it's a fascinating read, and in particular highlights a lot of Virginia pieces, as any history of the Revolution would, but also particularly the hidden history is a lot of the groups whose role in the Revolution aren't always stories aren't fully told. And I know you, coming from Wyoming, have been well engaged with Native American history in Wyoming. Our Virginia Native American tribes have been less well highlighted, and yet have been moving in the right direction, including got federal recognition recently after many, many years of working on that. And their role, the interaction between the Native Americans and the Europeans is a major theme running as it relates to the American Revolution is the major theme in this book, among others, role of women, role of various groups that are not always, the story's not always told, role of enslaved populations. So this is a fatter one, probably not going to be assigned to too many high school students, but might well be terrific for curriculum developers and or history, high school history teachers, middle school history teachers. It's a great read. So again, shameless promotion of two terrific books.
Mr. President and Ms. Holton, if I may, thank you so much. This means a lot. And as an avid reader, I also want to share that my father, I was just in Wyoming packing this last weekend. My 86-year-old father asked me when he can visit, as I told him about my visit with my best friend and sister last weekend to Yorktown. And we had intentions of making it to Williamsburg and Jamestown. But we were so enthralled by Yorktown, we didn't make it there. He is so interested in coming out and visiting the museums, which takes some special accommodation with an 86-year-old. And I'm going to have these when he visits. Otherwise, I will not see him, but I look forward to taking these to my house and devouring them in the meantime, and so appreciate it. And incidentally, a little plug for my dad. He was a State Board of Education member for 12 years in Wyoming. Wow. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? Items for
President
this?
Gacker,
Yes, ma'am.
if I could, sir, I would like to acknowledge and congratulate all of the wonderful student athletes who participated in state competitions in the last couple of weeks. The athletic trainers, the coaches, the admin, and the parents who traveled to Richmond in support of their student athletes. And I couldn't be more proud of everyone for displaying the proper amount of enthusiasm as well as sportsmanship during our return to Richmond for those games. So congratulations to all of the winners, and especially to those who participated. Congratulations. And it felt good to have something of a back to normal feel to the sports and athletics.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. Anybody else? If not, we will adjourn. See you all next month. Thank you.